amazing.
Exactly.
I'm amazing.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident.
Ooh, was that a triple collab?
Get up. No. Ah! No. Get up. Get up. No. Oh. No.
Why this happened to me? Oh. What did I do?
That's an accident.
Oh, what? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game.
Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water
did
bucket
it.
thing.
Nice.
Don't touch it. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
I forgot I was muted. Yo, how's everyone doing? Well, Danielle just left, but how you doing, Angel? And Nathan? Strat Carp? What does that mean? What's on your money time? I forgot to press a button. Alright. I'm gonna try to do better right now, but I don't know. Oh, hey, Daddy. What does Strat Carp mean? Jesus. I hope this is the last run forever. Well, for this. How you doing, Angel? How you doing? That's it. I want to start streaming more again. It's been too long already. Yeah, you could see on the bottom it says I restarted 25 times. Is that right? Yeah, I restarted 25 times. This is my 26th time. But you know what? It'll be the last time. That's it. Or maybe not. Let's see, who do we got? Quilava. Aaron. Umbreon. Huh. I kind of want Quilava. Well, let me see what How's they all do? You know what I say? Day all night, all night. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Oopsies. I have to put the browser on so you guys could see. Boom, it works. Japan, 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 Japan! Alright, let's see. Pokemon DB. How you doing, Nathan? How you doing? How you doing? Let's see, Quilava. Okay. Quilava. Quilava doesn't learn anything until level 12. That's not that bad. What does Umbreon learn, though? Umbreon learns at level 16. Okay, let's go with Quilava. What are we naming Quilava? Boys and girls, ladies and gentlewomen. What are we naming Quilava? That means my Pokemon that I named for my birthday is gone. Yes. I've named Pokemon after pretty much everyone here, and everyone just dies. Here, we'll name him Angel. This is the last run. Angel will survive, okay? Let's go, Angel. Unless he doesn't. Alright, if Umbreon has, like, Bite or something, it's over. Let's see. Oh, he has Tackle. Tail Whip. Tackle. Tackle. Ah! Oh, let's go! Crit hit! Critical hit just saved us. That was so lucky. Oh my god. What was yours? I don't remember at this point. I'm sorry. It might have been Angel. Jeez, it's level 8. God. He goes up levels really quickly. Let's go. Is there anything you could get from here? Or is it just flowers? It's just flowers. What's up, mommy? What's up, mommy cheeks? Thanks for healing my butt. Alright. By the way, you guys could put music. I don't... Yeah, let's not verse him. Dad, and he gives a potion. Let's go. Azumarill is like mad powerful. Oh yeah, it was Sugama. Yeah. Sugama. Hey, we killed the guy. There's always Latias. There's always a frickin' Latias. I swear to Jesus. Okay. Bet I got a good one for you. It better be a good actual song. It better be. What does he die to? He dies to a lot. That's what I know. One more hit. Let's go. Alright, stop it. What else does he die to? Na, 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 na. You know, yo! It's crazy that you put that song on right now, Nathan. My brother literally told me, yo, listen to the song, and he put that exact song that his friend showed him. And I was like, I think that Nathan showed me that song. And I was 100% right. Isn't that crazy? It will blow my eyes. I hope so. Na, 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 na. Yes, yep. I knew it, bro. I was thinking for a second, I'm like, who showed me that song? And then right away, I'm like, probably, well, I guess I was thinking for a second. Then I was like, Nathan. And yeah, I was right. That's crazy. Alright, let's see. We need to get Ember before versing the first guy. Because if we don't have Ember, we're dead. Let's go heal up. Na, 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 na. E for the win, yeah. I added the song on my Spotify. Come on, let's go. One more level. Why you gotta stun me, bro? There we go. I don't like taking risks here. Alright. He levels up really quick, though, which could be a problem. Na, 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 na. What's that sound? Oh. My dehumidifier is on. I'm gonna turn it off. Because I'm streaming it. I think he mentioned that they created the opening for Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm not sure. I think he watched it. Yeah, I think he did. Eternal Horizons, Doom Crossing. That sounds cool. Come on, give me Ember. Let's go! Nope, let's not practice. He's too high level. What? Everybody knows Shifa Fool song. What a beautiful song. You've created my Courageous Kaisen opening? Yeah. That's what he was saying, and I was like, oh. That's pretty cool. They're probably known in Japan for that, and also just known. Dragon Fang. Alright, let me write it down. What Quilava dies to. I think I already know what he dies. I'm gonna guess. He dies to water. He dies to rock. He dies to ground. Yeah. Because he's just a regular fire boy. So, yeah. Na, 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 na. Let's stand here and just run through. Let's go. Red flute. I don't know. Come on. Watch it be like a water Pokemon right here. Let's see what this is. Iron. Oh, perfect. Super effective. Let's go. Na, 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 na. Remember, level 14, we gotta get the heck out of it. Ah, nope. Regirock is scary. Thanks for naming me the first Pokemon that you're going to leave later. Listen, this is the last run, alright? He's gonna survive everything. I'm telling you. I can feel it in my brain. When we had Nathan's Pokemon did pretty well. Is a band called Riot. Eve MV is in a band called Riot of Colors. Oh, I've never heard of that. Hey, Martin! What's up? How you doing? Song requests are on if you'd like to put on a song. The level cap? Oh, thank you. I forgot to change it. Very good point. Thank you. Very nice. How you doing, bro? Level cap is there. Everything else is fine, right? The badges, yeah. Martin, how have you been? I've been... Oh, you're asking. Alright, we're gonna take down... like, one more. He levels up way too quickly. So I don't want to risk this. Yeah, that's the last guy. Okay. Let's go. I can't run yet, I forgot. I know it's plastic love. You're good? Hell yeah. Alright. The moment of truth. A Taurus. Okay, not bad. Not bad. I think we could take down a Taurus. He withdrew him. A Corsola? No. Don't have water gun. Oh my god. Bubble. Welp. Oh my god. Yep, yeah, we lost. Well, sorry, Angel. Angel is dead. Oh my god, that was way too quick. And this song repeats itself way too many times. ROM 28. Oh my god. I know we're plastic love. You know what that means? That means 26 resets. Yay. Anyway, let me just press the buttons. There we go. I've been good, Martin. I've been pretty good. I could complain, but everyone could always complain. But I've been good. I'm getting more... Oh my god, I'm gonna skip this song. It's my song. Jesus, it repeats itself way too much. I've been good. I've been good. I'm planning to stream more often and possibly earlier. A bit earlier. But we'll see how things go. Excuse me. Rip run. I know, right? I said do. Emily and Caspi are great. Thanks. How's Lily doing? Thanks for asking. Jake, my brother, is doing pretty well, too. You never ask about Jake. But it's okay. Just kidding. I do appreciate it. They're doing well. Caspi, he has allergies. He's been biting his side. But aside from that, he's doing well. We're just going to put sub. That's his name. Withdraw. What are we going to name the first boy this time? I've gotten so good at just pressing the A button. Alright, let's see what we got. Wigglytuff, okay. Kabuto. And a Charmander! Let's go with Charmander! Yes! We're gonna call him Martin. And hopefully he survives. Because Martin is here, and that's very rare. Sorry to Jake, no worries. These nuts. Lily's doing good for her age? Nice. Name it Martin? Yep. One step ahead of you, bro. It should have Ember. Come on, have Ember. It has Scratch. Whoa! I think Martin's gonna die. Yeah, Martin died. He died. This is so hard. We're on ROM 29. Jesus. I wish there was an easier way to friggin' set it up. I gotta do this every time. And it's like, sheesh. Martin already died. We need a legendary. It'll probably die. It already did, yeah. I thought Martin was gonna go far, to be honest. But apparently Kabutops is so much stronger. Let's go Punk. We're gonna do well today. It's gonna take a long time, but we're gonna do it because Martin's here and because I just feel it in my bones. But yeah, how's work? Anything new in the real estate area? Oh, I'm playing on the... Well, I can't move the controller because then the audio gets crazy. But I'm playing on a PS5 controller right now. My keyboard skills suck. 28, man. It's 27. Oh, no. It's number ROM 29. But there were two... I practiced on two ROMs, so... to test it out before I started the stream. Golduck. Let's see. Surskit. And Bellsprout. I'm gonna go with Golduck. I'm gonna name him Duck. Duck. I know Bellsprout is super effective, but I'm assuming it doesn't have any grass moves. It has Vine Whip? Okay, I disabled it. Let's go! It used Struggle? Oh. Oh my god. Is this Animal Crossing? Yo, this sounds good. Electric keyboard? Oh. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, my keyboard skills are okay. The middle Pokemon is kind of OP. What was the middle? I already forgot what it was. Works good, working from home permanently now. Let's go. Well, do you like that? This just turned into rock. What is this song? You know this song? Yo. You've enjoyed working at home, right? What does Duck die to? I'm assuming he just dies to electric. And grass. Yeah, I was right. He's just a regular water boy. I actually like how this sounds. This sounds pretty lit. When you played me Happy Birthday, I do. Wait, your birthday's not today. It was Ice-type Pokemon? I honestly don't remember. I'm too dumb. Ice are usually good. I think it wasn't leveled up. That's probably why I didn't get it. It's almost that time again. Yes, it is almost that time. When it is that time, I will play. Don't worry. Get ready for the next song. Oh, Surskit. Yeah, it was a Surskit. You're right. It was a Surskit. Let's go. Yeah, I took a shot for your birthday, too. I haven't done that for anyone else's birthday. I remember the exact moment. I was playing Genshin Impact. What are these songs? Yeah. Humanity sucks. Yeah. Nah, humanity... Blah, blah, blah. We're okay. That's all we are. We're just okay. Genshin Impact, yeah. Memories, right? Ah! Well, now the memories are Pokemon, okay? Does he learn anything? Does Golduck learn anything, or is it just Golduck? You love this song? It sounds nice. Hey, I like that Coldplay song. Alright, let's see. Gold... Yo, it sounds like a 70s song or something. It's so weird. But good? It's so weird. He learns Water Gun at level 1? Are you kidding me? So I was so unlucky to not get it. He learns Water Pulse at level 12 though, so that's good. That's actually very good. If we don't go... We also have Disable, so this is actually... Wait, I'm looking at the wrong game. I'm stupid. Creating another Pearl Harbor. He learns Confusion at level 16? Oh, this is very dangerous. This is actually very dangerous. This is... we're gonna have to get lucky. I'm gonna train him up real quick, though. Ooh. Look, it's a fire boy. I promise I'll make it to your stream as close to my birthday as possible. You can play it again, I have another shot. Hell yeah. I don't play keyboard on stream anymore because it's too awkward to like place around me. Actually, I guess technically I could place it near me. I play guitar now for people's birthdays and stuff. I'll take a shot though, for sure. In about a week and a half. Damn. That's right, it's like October, November already. A lot of peeps' birthday in this area right now. Nathan's is also coming up in November. I remember that because he told me to do 100 push-ups for his birthday. Wake up! Let's go. Hey, what's up, Chi? All roads lead to the farm? Jesus, what's with these bots, man? Actually, tonight, before I go to sleep, I'm gonna use bots to, like... Not use bots. I'm gonna get rid of bots once and for all. There's a thing that you could use to get rid of bots, apparently. We already reset twice, by the way. Oh, thank God. It's pretty close for top hours, but yeah. I'm gonna be trying to stream more often, and possibly a bit earlier as well. Hey, what's up, Diego? Why am I poopy head, bro? Guess who's here, Diego? That song was made in 2019. Oh, that's pretty cool. My first time seeing Genshin, I missed that. Yeah. Why am I a poopy head? Ooh, yellow. Ooh. Guys, does anyone remember how to change... That's not how to do it. How to change... I want to put this this move over here. I don't remember how to do it. Bruh. Why monkey do bad? A jelly bean. Oh. I was afraid I would have lost top, so I did have forgotten the stream time. Nah, you're good. You're good. The stream time... I'm stupid. I should put the stream time on the stream. Let me put a reminder. Oh, you gave me a good jelly bean. Oh, this is the best one. This is, I haven't had this one in forever. This is, it's good. I forgot. It's a pink one. It's like gum. It's so good. Stream time on below channel. It should be there, but I think it's not right now. I thought you couldn't change the attack's position. I know in certain games you can. Maybe in this game you can't. Maybe you're right. I think I'm gonna lose Duck, to be honest. He doesn't learn Psychic or whatever until level 16. Confusion. Imagine he learns Psychic. That would be crazy. He doesn't learn Confusion till level 16. Which is really poopy. I'm pretty much screwed if I go up against Ghost Pokemon. My butt's so sour today. Sour? Did you eat something sour? Yo, when I eat spicy food, my butt is so spicy. It's like crazy. So yellow. I mean, not yellow. Spicy. Come on. Alright, that was a good jelly bean. That was like the best jelly bean. Thank you. When Genshin's fully done, will you play it again? I don't know, man. I can't speak for the future. I do know that I think that Pokemon is the main thing right now. My dream, like, streaming thing is living in a house with other people, with other streamers, and just, like, having a good time with those streamers, and then playing whatever game I kind of want, and whatever games, like, viewers want from time to time. And, like, that would be, like, just so cool. That's my dream thing. My dream plan. Isn't the plan to be in, like, 2025? Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen in 2025. I don't know if I'll still be here, if you guys will still be here. I think I'll still be here, actually. I think I'll still be here. Oh, my back! But, yeah, I don't know. Not sour. Sour as in it hurts. Oh, is that a saying? Yellow like my mango. Are you eating mangoes? No, you're eating pizza, bro. Don't even lie to me. Na 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 doo doo. And it is all yellow. Have you been like chilling on Von's streams, Martin? If you have, how's Martin? How's Von been and Claudia and everyone? But cause I sat on that of course, bro. Your reasoning is always I always fall for it too. I always forget that you do those stupid jokes. I'll still be here, but I'll be 20 years. Oh my god, 20 years old. Isn't that crazy? 20 years. I wish I was eating pizza, but as I said, I can't. Oh yeah, that's right. You're dieting now. I forgot about that. Good on you though. Trying to eat more healthy, rather, right? I forgot about that. That's awesome. Everyone should strive to do that, including me. Obviously. All right, let's add. Watch him die right now. Watch. He's gonna die. Duck is gonna die. I don't know why I trained him so much. He's literally gonna die right now. Watch. Pack. Disable. Disable. Let's go. Ah! Ugh. No! Oh my god, Duck, you suck! Oh. I knew he would die. I knew he would die. God damn it. I don't know why I concentrated so much there. I even crit. I almost killed him. It was a big risk, though, because I probably would have lost to the first gym with only Scratch, you know? Dun, 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 dun. Alright. That's great. Reset. I'm Michelle and Von streams. They're all good. Good to hear. You not found someone special yet? Nah. Nah, I haven't found someone special. I don't know. I think I would have to be a bigger streamer to actually live with other streamers. And I think it makes sense. Like, I would have to be making enough money to, like, pay for mortgage and all this stuff. And the other streamers would also. But I think that would be so cool. In terms of finding, like, a whammon... Nah, not yet. I'm not looking, though. I'm too busy, you know? I have a busy life. I have a busy life. But I love doing this to you. Yeah, you do get me a lot. You did him dirty. 7,900 ping points out of 500,000. Yeah, that's very... What's the word? That's a lot of dedication. That's a lot. Parents' basement. Hashtag let's go. That's right. Paying rent though. I am paying my parents' rent. Yeah. Gardevoir, Krakanakanak, and Bellsprout. Gardevoir. What does Gardevoir learn? Gardevoir can be very good. I don't know why I'm speaking like this, but Gardevoir could be pretty good. Let's see. We got 3rd gen. We got Fire Leaf Green. Ooh, Gardevoir is going to have Confusion right away. Learns Calm Mind at 21. Learns Psychic at level 26 if we even get that far. That's beautiful. I think with Confusion we could pretty much get really far unless we go up against... What does Psychic not affect? Ghost? I forget. So if we go up against whatever that is, then we're screwed. But let's go for Gardevoir. Go Gardevoir? Yeah, definitely. One question. What's up? Let's name you Garden. If you guys have suggestions for names, just say it while I'm doing my current run, because we're probably gonna lose. Yeah, let's go with the Garden. Bellsprout against Garden? Come on. You're literally gonna die. Let's go! Garden all the way. I'm able to nearly replicate Gardevoir's voice thingy. Jesus. I don't know whether that's impressive or creepy. Isn't it like or something? What do I do? I do what's his name's pretty good. What do? I do Rayquaza's pretty good. Which you guys could check out in the YouTube video that I have out, which some of you guys have seen already. How's your friend still in contact with Bodyless Voice? Yeah, he actually messaged me today. He messages me quite frequently. I should message him more, but I mean, I message him back, of course, but yeah. I want to talk to him soon. Yeah, I still talk to him, though. He's doing well. He just got a bicycle in Japan. And new people are coming to Japan right now, which will be nice, because he lost a lot of friends. Like, that's the sucky part about that job. Every year, people come and go. Like, I was there, and I left. So he lost a lot of good friends that, like, just finished the program and went back home. Unfortunately, but so I mean, new people are coming soon, and because of COVID, everything was delayed. So hopefully he makes some new friends. But he's a great guy. It's cool that you remember him. The thing Gardevoir says in the anime. Oh, in the anime, don't they all just say like an Entei? Ugh. In the anime, don't they all just say, like, their names? Hey, Mac, what's up? Also the tone and stuff? That's cool. You should record it, send it on the Discord. Lol, at this, it is about Demon Slayer. Oh my god, I hate Meat Canyon. I actually hate Meat Canyon. Bro, my friend was trying to show me Meat Canyon. I can't, bro. Meat Canyon, it's just so nasty. I can't look at it. It's so disgusting. Ooh! Do you guys like my new... Bro, by the way, Martin, I thought of this because I remember you telling me once that my profile picture on YouTube looked like a businessman. You thought it was like finance advice or whatever. Do you guys like my new profile picture? It looks so cool, right? Shout out to the guy who made it for me. Anyway. Demon Slayer theme, nice. So you banned into him. I did! I banned a lot of people. Unfortunately. They were great people, though. I noticed it yesterday. Let's go. Oh, yeah, very pog, yeah. You got the new Demon Slayer game? No, I didn't. Did you get it? Angel be like, bruh, no. I'm sorry, I can't watch that. I hate Meat Canyon. It's just so nasty looking. I don't know how people watch it. Oh god, I hate Wobbuffet. Why not? This is a good song, though. I remember the OG profile pic. Yeah. It's literally me in a business suit or whatever. On top of my dog, right? Damn, not many people know that. It's kind of crazy. Martin's one of the OGs for anyone wondering. It's been like over a year since we met. That's kind of crazy. Right? Or maybe it's been about a year? I don't know. Story mode is from season 1 to Mugen Train. Oh, that's awesome because I've seen all of that. You gotta find a version that's... I don't know why this version is so The volume's not very high. But I put it on YouTube, so now it's higher volume. Excuse me. Jesus, that was powerful. Meat is like a good channel, though. I don't know. I tried to watch it. I was hanging out with my friend, and he put it on, and I couldn't. What's with all these legendaries? Jesus. Hit yourself. Hit yourself. Hit yourself. Hit your... Let's go. You beat Storm Mode in an hour? Oh, with glitches. You're always finding glitches and hacks to the stuff you play. I remember I came with the Ping's dog and him in a suit. Yeah, you were like, ooh. And then when it was the blue... I think that was my first background. When I officially started the channel. But when I changed it to blue, you're like, oh, I remember when it was green. Right, Diego? I'll prove it now. Is it new? Yes! It is new. It's very... Yeah, it's cartoonist fail, yeah. It's, the guy that made my... I pay him, of course, but the guy... He's a very nice guy. He made my emotes. He made all of these emotes. He made that profile picture as well. He's awesome. He's really good. It takes him a while, but he's a busy guy, and he's really good. YouTube boys remember this. Noob plays, yeah. I'm back from laptop turning off due to power. Aw, but welcome back. But you know what? Everyone here is still an OG, technically. Just a different type of OG, because Jesus, we're still tiny. It is what it is, though. Time. Jesus, why is this song so slow, also? I mean, low. I'm apparently OG. Yep. Is that so? I'm not. Yeah, you are. Everyone is. Listen, we have less than 1,000 subs on YouTube. I consider that OG. Just a different type of OG. I don't like talking about OG that much anyway. Like, because, like, it makes some people maybe feel, like, left out. And it's like, we're all a big happy family here. Let's just go with that, yeah? Let's go. We're going to push level 12 and then push the first starter. It has red. Oh my god, Martin doesn't know. That sounds like Horton Says a Who. I dyed my hair. Wait, you know this or you don't know this? I dyed my hair red and blue. It's obviously gone now, but I wonder if I could teleport from Why Not. This song sounds cool, though. Sorry if you guys can't hear it too much. A tricky OG, yeah. Brand identity. You're the streamer I'm attached to the most. I've been staying here the longest. So let's go. Big depressed family. Yeah, I feel like a lot of viewers are depressed and a lot of streamers are depressed. I'm not depressed. Sorry. If I ever start getting depressed, I just push myself out of it by doing different things. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I did! I dyed my hair blue and red. I'm just broken? Oh, that sounds even worse. or maybe not. Yeah, you remember the blue and red hair, yeah. That's the thing, like, yeah, you might not know some stuff. Experience share? Oh, that's great. You might not know one or two things, but, like, there's always new things happening, so. Like, once I beat this game, that's gonna be a new thing of the channel, because, Jesus, I'm on my 28th run right now. If you feel depressed, play Rickroll. True. That fixes all problems. This song sounds cool. Big gamer family. Let's go. Yeah, I dyed my hair blue and red. I actually just privated all my video. I wanted to make an announcement, but I didn't make an announcement yet. I privated all my videos on YouTube aside from my most recent one to be like purely Pokemon. And I'm thinking I'm gonna put all those videos on another channel just for memories. And you could watch the video where I basically dyed my hair then, Martin, when I do that. But yeah, I'll probably put all the videos back on my channel eventually as well. But yeah, maybe I'll just keep it off for now and I'll put them back later. I just want people who first come onto the channel to like realize it's mostly Pokemon for now, you know? But yeah, we'll see what happens. Put the shit back up. You dumb. I'm sorry. I wish I could make more of your... Yeah, the timing is really bad, I know. Well, I'm gonna start streaming more often and a bit earlier. An hour earlier is my plan for now. And slowly but surely make it, like, earlier and earlier. So I could go to sleep at a more normal time. And, yeah. And stream a lot. I want to stream a lot. Sorry, Mac. No, I delisted them. They're not deleted. I basically made them private. A Pokemon song. Because... Yeah, just like to try to grow on YouTube, you know? I want to concentrate more on growth. Well, I want to grow, but I also want to, like... It's not that I want... I'm going to put them back eventually, don't worry. Why, do you watch them sometimes? Oh, you see, a guy like Sneasel is someone I have to worry about. Because I literally can't do anything against Sneasel. I have a friend from Illinois, and when I saw him hike, he smelled like Strat. What does that even mean? Cries. I'll put them back eventually, don't worry. I'll put them back eventually. I literally delisted them today, and I was gonna... Wait, why does some confusion... Oh, because he's dark grass, yeah. But yeah. Do you remember when he had a team that was going great, but he failed because he had no cut? Well, I failed because I over-leveled, but it wasn't really cut. I mean, cut was... Jesus. Cut was part of the reason, but it was also because I over-leveled, I think. If I remember correctly. But yeah, that too. I do? Oh, I'm sorry, Mac. Should I put... I'll put it back in less than a year. Oh, wrong move. I'll put it back in less than a year, okay? I just can't stay awake till 2:30 a.m. No worries. Yeah! Yeah, when I used to stream 8:30... I used to stream like 11 a.m. New York time. And you and Heardot would make a lot of the streams, yeah. You don't know how to pronounce words, do you? No, I don't. It's hard. Welcome back, Nathan. One of your Pokemon was fine. Only one of them over-leveled. Yeah, but because I had to release that one, I wouldn't be able to get through with the other one. I need 2 Pokemon until the 3rd gym. Or else it's pretty much impossible to do anything. Let's go! Oh, you guys didn't even see it. Let's go! By the time it changed to the other scene, I got screwed up. My bad. Let's go. Let's see. We're finally gonna beat you, Brock. I lost my energy. A Sharpedo. Okay, good. Confusion took it out. Let's go. Yo, Lux, what's up, bro? Long time no see, it feels like. How you doing? Oh, so many people popping in. I haven't seen in a while. All right, let's see. Machop, let's go. Let's go. Finally, we beat the first gym. It's been too long. Jesus Christ. You want me to stretch? Did I hear Brokaboma? You did not. Oh, previous streams were at 11 a.m. for me. Now it's 12. It sounds like it'll be going back to 11. No, I didn't change the time for streams. Not yet. It should... Unless you have daylight savings time. Or if we have daylight savings time. It has felt like ages. Jesus. Bro, Tyler... Oh, I thought I had to versus guy for a second. Tyler almost never pops in now. I think the timing doesn't... The timing worked better for him when at morning time as well, so... Last I heard, he hasn't gone into the army. He's been, because of COVID and stuff, I think. He has a different job now, and he's been chilling. So, yeah. I have DLS. What's DLS? But how have you been, Lux? How's life, bro? How's school? How's work? How's school and work? How's the Valorant uploads going? Alright, do we verse this guy or we go... Oh, I made a thing for myself so I wouldn't screw up. After first gym, 2.5 levels to second Pokemon in Mount Moon. Well, I don't even know what that means. I think I could level up Gardevoir 1 or 2 more levels. He doesn't level up that fast, so... We'll get him up to level 16. I like level 16 for some reason. Because the next guy has 3 guys. Oh, you know what I was going to do, guys? do guys. I wasn't gonna do guys, but I was gonna teach this, and I can't. Great. I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. What a sexy song. I try to join your systems. Whoa. But you Steam on games that I can't join. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do weekends more often as well. Well, I stream... I'm gonna try to stream more often in general, but yeah. Currently can't sleep. Up in 3 hours. Jesus. Oh, daylight savings. Oh, okay. Yeah, daylight savings is annoying. I wish it just didn't exist. I don't know if I'll play Roblox anytime soon. I don't like Roblox so much. Yeah, fire song. You could put on a song if you want. I've been doing good, Lux. I've been doing good. I haven't been streaming as much as I wanted to, so I'm gonna get more in streaming. But yeah, aside from that, I'm good. Yeah, DLS? Yeah, I figured. I didn't realize at the moment because I'm stupid. My bad. I can't do my number anymore for Lux. Oh, yeah. Feel like I have no meaning. What do you mean you have no meaning anymore? You're still chilling, bro. You don't need to do... You don't need to... Well, I mean, you could think of a new trend, I suppose, to do. But you don't need to do that to have meaning. Yo, Spinnerack? Easy, let's go. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? What is this game? I'm gonna just try to struggle here. Jesus. This is literally the worst case scenario. The third Pokemon is a dark Pokemon. I hate this game so much. Yo, I swear the RNG is just, it hates me. It literally hates me. Run 29, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls. Run 30 for Rickin' 9. Wait, why can't I? Gotta catch 'em all. I'll read chat in a moment. Who's lurking? Who's lurking? Who's lurking? Alright, let's restart that. Jesus. Alright. Oh, see you, Angel. Thanks for the lurk. You predicted it though, Martin. Yeah, I feel like Martin is was Martin part of the reason you revealed your face? Past 19. Yeah, 19 is the level. Yeah, I have it written down. 19 is the level I need both guys at to verse the first gem. Earlier ping pong streams 2022. Earlier streams. I might do that in the future. See you, Angel. Thanks for popping in. Always nice seeing you and getting tricked by your jokes. Gotta catch him all. By the way, you guys could put music if you'd like. Exclamation point music. One of the mods. Put that in so they know. In case anyone forgot. But yeah, I might. I could be. I'm very influenced. I'm very peer pressure could get to me in that way. So. Thanks, Chi. I think I'm a boy. Let's go with Pong. And it doesn't have to be a Japanese song. Oh yeah, when are you doing the Minecraft thing with Rosquilla, Lux? I'm looking forward to seeing that. I was thinking of joining that, but then I'm like, I don't want to do a bunch of different things, and then I want to make sure that I'm there for each time you guys play and stuff. But yeah, Nidorino, Silcoon, Remoraid. I'm restarted. I'm not using these sucks. These guys suck. These guys suck. Any advice for the next Pokemon to use, guys? I mean, any advice for next name? So many runs. So many runs. It actually kills me to do so many runs. I'm not even joking. It hurts. It hurts. It's not that bad, though. I only decided to face reveal to make it easier in Twitch. Easier for people to get to know you. True. Wow. So Martin didn't have any influence? Gonna be starting it on Tuesdays as of next week. Nice. 200 things to make it complicated. Yeah. I feel like I was still all over the place before. I like doing just Pokemon for now. And then on weekends, I think I'm gonna do other stuff. I might move to YouTube too. I've been thinking about that more and more since YouTube has gotten better in Ooh. I've heard this song before. What is this from? Is this from One Piece or something? Or you guys just put it before? Requiem? Ooh, that sounds good. You should put sandwich. Yeah. Hey, here's the Your Angel. Yeah, I'll put sandwich. I'll put sandwich since you put it first. Yeah, that's true. You always say bye and then you still. Yeah, YouTube streaming. Yesik doesn't come around as often either. He stopped watching streams from the last few times he came around. He told me that. And he's been trying to go to sleep earlier, I think. Absol, Gyarados, Jolteon. What the hell is this? Oh my god. Requiem is nice. Yeah, it doesn't show up much anymore, though. Oh my god. Wait, who do we pick here? This is actually a hard decision. Who do we pick? We have to pick someone who has, like, moves. Moves are important. See, he doesn't learn a move until level 16, Jolteon. Jolteon is fast, but doesn't have much else from what I remember. I spelled Gyarados wrong. Oh, Gyarados has only Thrash, essentially. Thrash is 120, but I can't do anything against Ghost Pokemon. And what was the other Pokemon? I already forgot. It was an Absol. It's not looking as good as I thought it would look. Absol. Absol learns nothing. Oh my god. I think we're gonna have to go with Jolteon here. Literally just because he has Thundershock at level 16. He has nothing. You know what? I don't think we could survive the first gym, actually. Never mind. I take it back. We're gonna go with Gyarados. We're going with Gyarados. And we're just gonna... I keep spelling his name wrong. We're gonna have to hope. We're gonna hope. Yeah, this run's gonna be very hard. Absol move pool is fire. Not in this gen, apparently. Jolteon and Gyarados move pool is lame. Jolteo. Absol if you're a real one. What are the starters? Let's hope the YouTube bot isn't still homophobic. Yeah, they've improved YouTube a lot since then. So it should be much better now. They're awesome starters, but they don't have much, so that's what's scary. Rusquilla is in Minecraft. Bye. Bye, Diego. Oh, she doesn't know. Yeah, unfortunately, due to my thing, I think we'll have to go to Gyarados here. I mean, Gyarados is still a beast, but he doesn't learn much. And what were we naming him? What'd you guys say? I think Angel said it before Chi did. Or Lux said it, right? Lux said it. Oh no, Angel said it. Sandwich. I guess his name is Sandwich. These names don't mean much. I mean, because they're all gonna die anyway. Moves by level is Sag, but TMs and HMs absolutely got the moves. But TMs are random, also. So, yeah. Gummy Worm. Aw, sorry. Sadvich. More like... Now everyone has names, yeah? Before, no one had names to say. He literally only has Thrash. Jesus. If we go up against any Ghost Pokemon before getting our second Pokemon, we lost. For anyone who doesn't know, look at the top right. Or do exclamation point Nuzlocke. And look at the top right. We essentially cannot catch any Pokemon. So we're screwed until later. Oh, Thrash keeps going. I forgot about that. What's up, Doctor? You're joking? See you, Diego. So you say I'm not important? Unless the run survives. But the runs almost never survive, so your name is not important in game. Unless we survive. But I'll put it in the video, so it is important. I take it back. It is important. I think Thrash hits a few times and then, like, in a row, and then you get confused. You see, like, I can't control it. I think you get confused. It doesn't do recoil from what I remember. Where's the song? We need to see the Pokemon for the name. True. True. I mean, we've reset 30 times. So, that's just, you know, this doesn't feel good, man. I see you got confused there, I think. Jesus, how long is this number and why is the next song not playing? Oh, it's unavailable. Doctor. Stupid. Stupid. Watch what I got. Boom! Skip TTS. Let's go. Wait, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Skip TTS? No, it's supposed to work. Whatever. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Thrash will confuse after 3 turns or something. Yeah, there you go. I want to use TTS. I've been waiting since I joined the stream. What? What do you mean you've been waiting since you joined the stream? Oh, you didn't have enough points? Respect the TTS? Sometimes I respect it. Sometimes I don't. Bro, Sandwich sucks. Sandwich is gonna die. Sandwich is actually trash. You'd think a Gyarados would be better. TTS skip? No, I think it's skip TTS. If you need Japanese learning, just ask me and I'll monkey do bad. And I'll help you out, okay? Listen, I skip TTS spam, okay? I don't skip like what she just put, okay? I am too powerful. Yeah, Doctor just overrides the he just overrides it. I had enough, but it was out of stock when I joined. It was? Oh. I think Doctor's was the first one, so I don't know. Wow, a ditto. Wow, a ditto. Yo, should I just restart this? I don't think Sandwich is gonna make it. Or should I believe in Sandwich? Like, he's just so bad. Look at him. He's a terrible Pokemon. You would be like, I don't understand how. Like, Thrash has 120 power. Oh, thank you. I need to refill this soon. Believe in the bread? I'll try. If you don't believe in each other? Because I believed in 30 plus Pokemon. And they all let me down. Some of them because I'm an idiot. Some of them because they suck. Mostly because they suck. The RNG has not been on my side today. Believe in Gummy Worm. Next Pokemon will be Gummy Worm. In this run. Haha, JK. There is no next Pokemon in this run. Because we're not going to survive this run. Look at him. I mean, I'm believing. Goderator. Damn, y'all coming up with some nice names. The first was Nathan, was his Japanese flag thing. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. It was Nathan. You're right. You're right. Japan. How could I forget that? You're doubting in Gummy Worm? His name's not even Gummy Worm. It's Jesus, I can't speak English. It's Sandwich. I need him to get to level 12. I've already figured out the formula for anyone who's wondering why I keep versing guys. I have to get him... It didn't read the Japanese. Damn, my Japanese is so bad. I can't read the first part. Nimo, upside down, sekai wa kawari dasu ori mo... Ori? No, inori mo... I forgot what that is. Kanae boku ga kawari dasu. Yeah, my Japanese is so trash right now. Especially reading. You said something about upside down. Gummy Worm is the best name. Maybe Sandwich will die because his name is not Gummy Worm. You know what? I can't stand this. If we verse the freaking ghost Pokemon right now, I'm just gonna slam my head against the table. So we might as well go verse the guy. Hey, last time I streamed was last week, Doctor. That's not saying much, but yes, it was last week. Ooh, an Ultra Ball, a completely useless item. Because we cannot catch any Pokemon. How do we get more Pokemon, you ask? Watch and find out. 5 hours later. But I want to do like 8-hour streams again. Which is why I'm going to start streaming a bit earlier. Energy Powder. Oh. Oh, it's a Tentacool. Oh, look, it's a Groudon. Oh, look, it's a Seviper. Damn, that was actually better than I imagined. I was kind of hoping that it'd say that. 2,500 for triple bean threat. Yeah, I was hoping it would say... I don't know why it doesn't... Well, it's a different language. I guess I can't read different characters. Price has gone up since I was last here? No, it didn't. I think it's been the same. I think the difference is... So, on YouTube, it's the same amount. Or it might be even lower. On YouTube, it's just... it just seems different, the amount. Because... Why does it seem different? Because on YouTube, the points, the amount of points you get every second was different. But you've been here when I streamed on Twitch. We got up to level cap 21. Not today. Oh yeah, we did. We beat the first gym. That's true. I just didn't change it because I felt like it wasn't worth it because, you know. And I was right. We literally lost to the first trainer after the first gym. You hate me for naming him Sandwich? No. I mean, he's still alive. I like the name Sandwich. Wait, why are you saying Gummy Worm's the best name? You're the one that told me to name him Sandwich. I'm up to 40 hours. You still haven't beaten your map? Sheesh. Ooh, a Blissey. It's a nice song. Who put this song? Yo, Blissey. Blissey probably gives me HP EVs, right? Ooh, a Dratini. Ooh, a Whooper. Whoop whoop. I'm so funny. Alright, let's first the first gym. Oh, you mean last week? I mean pink, because all I did was provide emotion. Listen, I need emotional support. Okay? Twitch, well, wasn't 2,500? It might be me who has bad memory, to be honest, Martin. I think Diego convinced me to change the price of triple bean. So, we got this. So you could blame him, if anything. Stop hitting yourself! You're an idiot! You hit yourself 3 times straight, Sandwich! Oh my god, you're trash! Sandwich is trash. Never speak of his name again. Oh my god. Making me press all these buttons to reset the stream again. What a fascist. Look at what he's doing to me, man. Oh my god. Wait, why is the left side more... Wait, that's weird. Wait, this is weird. This does not look right. Oh no, it does. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Look, I'm trying to perfect it, even though I'm gonna have to reset the run again. Lasagna. You could force me to eat 9 beans? Nope. I've learned from my mistakes. I had, how many beans was it, Nathan? I was doing a 24-hour, we were doing a 24-hour stream. And I had like 20 beans or 16 beans at once. After that, I put cooldowns. Nope. Like bigger cooldowns because Jesus. Never again, okay? You know, Jews after the Holocaust, we say never again. Well, I'm saying never again to that because Jesus Christ. Haven't done too much, but I made it past the final checkpoint. Personal best still 20 rooms from type. Jesus. How is you today? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I just realized how good Gummy Worm is. Oh. Can you get... No, you can't give points on Twitch, unfortunately. From my understanding. I see Punk. Well, I mean, Gyarados Sandwich was trash, yeah. Don't listen to me, though, yeah, sure. Absol had no moves. Absol would never, like, had, like, Scratch or Tackle or something. I did kind of want to pick him, but yeah. LLLLLL. Do you guys like how I put the rules? I, like, formatted it so it looks so sexy. You're trying to beat the game with only 1 Pokemon? Nope. Nope, not with only 1. I like this song. Aw. See you, Martin. Thanks for popping in, man. Have a good... I hope you can fall asleep. I mean, I don't know if you'll see it. Meganium. Somehow we got through, like, on the 4th run. We were doing so well. What are these Pokemon? Jesus. we're gonna have more Pokemon. We just can't catch any Pokemon. You'll see. You'll see what that means. If you don't see, then you'll see it on another stream, or you'll see it on the YouTube video. All right, he has Ember, which is like so good. Wait, what? He has Ember at level 1. He learns Ember at level 12. Logic. It does not exist. Let's look at the other boy. What's the grass boy girl? What's her name again? I have to... Meganium. Let's see what Meganium has. Razor Leaf. Razor Leaf is such a good move. Alright, let's be smart here. Let's see if you guys... I'm not even going to look at Slack off, whatever. And Lapras, yes, with Eevee as well. But they're randomized. Remember, they're randomized. And Lapras, yes. And there's a Magikarp too I could get after the first gym. Apparently, during World War II, the Allied forces made Hitler do hormone replacement steroids and other people with... Really? Why'd they do that? Wait, didn't Hitler literally kill himself? How could the Allied forces make him do that? What? I'm just like, how much I can give myself a lot of anxiety. This was to make Hitler less aggressive. Wait, but how did they give it to them? That doesn't make sense. I'll see you in a week and a half from his... Alright, see you, Martin. Don't pick Meganium. He's lame. Or so you think. Well, I thought he did kill himself. Yeah, I really did think. Okay, so let's see. I have to remember, it's grass, water, fire in the original, which means if I pick Meganium, he picks Slackoff. Okay? If I pick Typhlosion, he picks Meganium. Razor Leaf seems better than Ember, though. I'm not gonna lie. But grass Pokemon are weak to so much, so we'll go with Typhlosion. What are we naming him again? Or her? What is it? Yeah, what are we naming him? He did kill himself, right? They should make a statue of the person who killed Hitler. I love that joke. It always takes me like 3 seconds to understand it, but... Cap, considering the Allied forces never captured... Yeah, I feel like that's Cap too. I feel like... I don't know, Chi. I've never heard that before. But, I mean, maybe it's true. What are we naming him, guys? What are we naming him? I'll let Lux name, since I don't think Lux named any Pokemon today. I think Lux liked Gummy Worm, right? And then Angel liked the Gummy Worm. Brian? God damn it. Fine. We'll go with Brian. Yo! This is Haikyuu. Did someone actually put this song? This is one of my songs. I didn't even realize. Let's go. Thank you, Martin. Have a great night and have a great week and a half. See you, bro. Mwah. Who had more brains, Hitler or the wall behind him? Oh, God. That's dark. Probably the wall behind... Well, if the wall behind him had more brains, then he would be already dead, which means he doesn't have brains. But if he has more brains, then the wall behind him doesn't have brains yet. So it depends at what point of his life. Damn, I'm so bright. What am I doing streaming? I should become a philosopher or something. Please, they're not a hero. They're a coward. How could they kill Hitler and just stay in hiding? Brian's gonna kick ass. Yeah. Brian! Let's go! Let's go! Brian, let's go! Level 8! Brian levels up like it's nothing, bro. Let's go. I'm not even scared. We're just gonna run through the grass. Let's go, Brian. That was close. That was not a good decision. Easy dubs. You actually got 2 starters? Yeah. I feel like it happens sometimes. Do it for the YouTube video? Bro, I'm doing every second of this for the YouTube video. And for you guys. I don't know if I'm gonna include every run in the YouTube video. I might, like, put a snippet. Like, literally, you know what's crazy? The first, like, 10 minutes of the video is gonna be, like... Because one of the runs, we actually got pretty far. So I'm gonna probably show a good amount of that. But, like, majority of the video is not even gonna be majority of what we've played so far. It's kind of crazy to think of. Because we've played, like, hours already, you know? So many hours. Hype up Brian. Let's go, Brian. Let's go. My dad died in 9/11. Was the best pilot in South Arabia. Wow, you messed it up, bro. It's South... Wait. What? Weren't they... South. Oh my god. Where's my history? Where's my stupid Look, I believe so much in Brian right now that I'm gonna get the town map, which I never do. Because we always restart. What am I? South Arabia? No. South. It's not South. Saudi Arabia. Bro, you said South and I'm like, bruh. What is this? Actually, I have a relative who died in the Twin Towers. My dad could have died in the Twin Towers. He tried for oh Jesus, that was close. He interviewed for a job in the Twin Towers, and he happened to like get rejected, and that was the only job interview he ever got rejected from. And yeah, it's just crazy to think about, but yeah. I'm only here for the sake of saving them, and this is a good way of spending time until then. Sheesh, that sounds like a movie plot, because it probably is, isn't it? Isn't it? Game-winning run. Let's go! That's right, bro. Game-winning run, baby! See Brian in the bottom left there? He's just chilling, bro. He's just chilling. Tano Sekaisha. I love this song. It's called Anata, which means you. Typhlosion has Charizard stats? Does he? Okay. Like the same exact stats? If there's a movie about that, I cannot confirm. I feel like there is. What religion are you? I don't remember. I'm actually no religion. Nah, I'm Jewish. Disgusting, right? You know, every time people say Jews rule the world, I just wonder why I'm not ruling the world. And I just get depressed, bro. Like, if Jews rule the world, am I really Jewish? But yeah. Anyway. Max Elixir. I love how we don't even verse the rival in all of this. Gen 2 starters have identical stats to Gen 1. Wow, they were really creative, weren't they? Gen 3 is when they started getting creative with starters, I guess. Because Gen 2 also had just mono-type starters. Unless I'm completely wrong. Let's go. Get out of here. Brian all the way, baby. We bought the only we beat the only non-optional trainer so far. Now we just got to beat the first gym. Get to the level cap. Get through the first trainer. That's literally the hardest part. Getting past the first gym and the first trainer. Once we get that, we're freaking chilling. Well, not really. But it's easier. This might actually be the run. Unless I over-level him by accident. Ooh, that gave a lot of XP. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna walk away for like 12 minutes predicting another reset. Maybe. I mean, no. Then I can't say then. Can't say then? You can't say what? Gen 3 had best starters? Yeah, Gen 3 is my favorite gen. That's why it was my first Nuzlocke. There's a lot of conspiracy theories saying that masks are part of a Muslim plan to take over. I've never heard that in my life, but okay. I mean, honestly, I live in New York, and it's so, like, one of the best things about living in New York is, like, people are mad. I mean, I grew up surrounded by people of, like, everything. So we make jokes with each other all the time. But then if I talk to people who, like some people don't understand that. Like, I don't know. It's funny. Might be the run. It is the run. You're right. Yeah, Mudkip is sexy. Nothing thing? Oh, he wants to make a Jewish joke? I don't care, though. I personally don't care. The only thing I care about is going too far for Twitch standards. And I personally don't care, but yeah. We got this. Last run, baby. Ember. No, he made me sleepy. No, come on. What are these? What is RNG doing, bro? What is RNG, bro? RNG hates me. RNG literally hates me. How much is Ember gonna do? Ember does nothing. How much will Tackle do? We gotta spam smoke screen. Lear does nothing because he keeps defense curling. Oh my god. What do you mean RNG? He used Yan? Yeah, but then a Meryl. He used Yan and then... Oh! Let's go! Yo, are you kidding me? Let's go! Let's go! Nice, G. 突然にもうアップサイダウン世界は変わり出す祈りも届かない僕が変わり出す意味を求めて走り続けて自分が誰かわからなくなる泣きそうだけど負けたくなきは負けたくないから Oh, you're not gonna lose? You're Christian thing? Oh, a God joke? Oh. I still lost my chance, goddamn it. Lol. Brian wins those. He takes no L's. Bro, honestly? Are you cheating or something? How did we win that? What? Alright. We can't take any risks here, okay? I think... And he can't learn it. No starter I have can learn Rock Tomb. Like, Jesus. Alright. What level is him? Is him. He's level 15. We'll get him up to 16. He levels up pretty quickly, which is kind of scary. Why next song no play? Video blocked. Thanks. Okay. Come on. All right. This is what could ruin the run. Okay, not bad. Leech Life. Okay. Ditto. Okay. Jesus, he levels up way too quickly. Jesus Christ. I don't know if that was even correct. I just copy-pasted those lyrics. Oh. All the Japanese was, like, correct Japanese. It's so weird seeing it in... I don't like seeing it in English, but yeah. It's actually easier to read in Japanese if it was all in certain thing. Extreme... Brian makes this too easy. Too easy, but hard at the same time because of the level caps. I don't know if it's safe to say that we're surviving here. I don't do this often, but we're actually going to change the level cap for once. And we're going to put the badge. We're going to frickin' put the badge. Because we survived. Right, let me extreme stretch. Right, first you gotta. Oh, it cracked, bro. It cracked. Yeah, I don't know why I'm wearing sweats, bro. Oh my god. Then you gotta. Oh, I almost fell. Then you gotta. Oh. I hope that was extreme enough. Fun fact: before the atomic boom hit Japan, atomic bomb, person escaped 4 top secretary person 4 times in different ways. What? What does that mean? I know that one person survived both bombs. I know that. I want to hear that good monkey. Let's go. More than 200... Oh, you're saying I'm a good monkey. Never mind. More than 200 TikTok accounts have more followers than Judaism. Bro, more than 200 TikTok accounts have more followers than a lot of countries' populations. But yeah, Jews are we're tiny, bro. We're tiny population. That is the same lyrics as the previous TTS, just in Romanji. Yeah, I figured. His name was Yoshie Shiratori. Shiratori. Tori means bird. So he flew like a bird. What do you mean by escaped 4 top secretary person 4 times? Yeah, I don't really know what that means. The scary thing here, though, Lux, is we still have to verse a bunch of trainers. And he levels up so fast. I'm not worried about him killing people. I'm worried... You see, look at that. I'm worried about him, like, literally just leveling up too much. I'll be careful, though. The reason I ran back, for anyone wondering, is because when you verse her, she comes all the way here. So then you can't pass. Alright, we gotta verse him. Oh, we pretty much can't train Brian anymore. But it's fine, because we versed the last trainer that we're forced to with Brian. Okay, this is actually working out perfectly. Brian is OP. Alright, second Pokemon, guys. Second Pokemon. We gotta go to the other screen for that. Look up his name. I'll look it up later. I'm too excited right now. Stop fighting now, I guess. No training? Yeah. Brian got this. Second Pokemon. What are we getting? What are we getting? What are we getting? Really? Alright. What do you guys want to name Hoot? Burb? Bro, if we got a legendary, it would have been so nice. While you guys type names out, I'll look at this for a second. What am I doing? No. I think I watched this guy now because of one of you guys. Let's go. Woo! Ooh, futon bed. Ooh, that's smart. Shiratori. Oh, come on, come on. What a loser. I don't want to watch any more of him. He got caught and he went back to jail. What a loser. Now we'll watch it later. If you want to send me videos, guys, send it on the Discord. I think I made a whole. I should have made a whole channel. Let me double check real quick. Yeah, I made a channel called Vids to React to. Put videos there, and on the weekend, I'm gonna try to stream, and we're just watching those videos. You know what I mean? Can you use cut on it? Oh, I didn't even think of it. I don't even know if he'll survive till then, but I didn't think of that. We'll see. Hooters is good? Ooh, Hooters is good. That is a good name. We'll go Hoot. Ers. Who asked? My Miso one is the best one. His whole story is just cool. Okay. We'll hear it. We'll hear it. We'll hear it. Okay, we finally got another guy. Let's see what he has. You have tackle. Okay. That's very bro. Alright, what we gotta do now is basically go all the way back to the beginning. And why does the next song always unavailable? Jesus Christ. We gotta go back to the beginning and train Hooters. Okay? If we get Hooters to level... After training Hooters, he has to go up against a bunch of guys before the second gym. Those bunches of guys, they're not bunches. They're just... There's 3 guys we have to go up... Oh, no, 2 guys. They're probably going to level him up by 2. Which means we have to make sure he's around level 17 before going into Mount Moon. Alright? Around level 17. Now, I've screwed up once here. This Whammon is just disgusting. You could verse her if she looks at you like this. Oh, she's so annoying. Oh! Okay, let's be careful here. I don't want to verse anyone we don't have to. That would be terrible. Okay, we're good. Is this a remix? I don't know. I thought it was the original, but maybe it's a remix. Ah, na, na, na. Alright. Hooters is still a very low level, so we're going to go all the way back. You might say, oh my god, that takes so long. But it's worth it, because Jesus Christ. I've screwed up after the first gym in so many ways. So many runs. So we're not taking any risks here. I'm assuming he could learn cut. That was a good question. Let's look it up. Hoot. Nanimo. Let's see. Hoot Hoot. First of all, what could he learn? He learns Peck at level 11. And Hypnosis. He could actually be useful. He doesn't learn cut. Typhlosion might learn cut. Typhlosion learns cut. Let's go! A lot of Pokemon learn the HMs you need, so we should be good. Na 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 na. You see, now that we've made it this far as well, we could pick up the items that we've missed. Oh my god, we have experience share. I completely forgot. Not that useful now, because Brian doesn't need more. Brian doesn't need to get any experience, but I forgot. I think we picked it up this run. Alright, let's go all the way back to the front. Thankfully, there's no Wobbuffets that I've seen, so we should be okay. Surasquila. Wait, he's playing Minecraft? What does Hoot die to? It looks so stupid. Is it just a flying type? It's dark or something, no? Hoot is normal flying, okay. He dies to electric, ice, and rock. What run are we on? 33, Jesus. Electric, ice, rock. He's not affected by ground or ghost, which is pretty cool. Ground, ghost, 0. I guess that's because of flying and normal. And our other guy gets killed by ground, rock. So they both die from rock moves and water. I'm writing it down because I think this run might actually be the run. Jesus. Oh, he has Peck. I'm kind of... what the hell? I'm kind of scared. I don't want Hoot to die. If Hoot dies, the run is over. We have to verse, like, really sucky guys. Stop it! Should I risk this? I'm risking it. Run away! Run away! Oh my god. Jesus. So bad. Would a Ghost Normal be immune to Ghost Normal and fighting? Again, this. No full restore for us, unfortunately. Okay, Venonath is not bad to train against. I love this song. Bro, I just caught up to Baruto. Oh my god. Whoever watches it, it's some cray-cray stuff right now. I don't know. Growlithe seems scary to me. It is... Peck won't do anything to me, right? Oh, that is not that much damage. You know what? Let's see what Growlithe... Ooh, bite. Oh, he roared me. What a fascist. I was up to date. You were up to date. It's... I don't want to spoil for anyone who might watch, but... Jesus. They bring too much BS in that show already. Ooh, he has... I didn't realize he gets Foresight. Too much BS, but it's still Naruto, bro. I freaking love Naruto. I think 2 episodes have passed since I ran out of Crunchyroll. Oh yeah, I use Crunchyroll too. I Ghost Normal... Yeah, that's actually a good question. I don't know. That's too much for my brain to handle. I just want Venonaths. I just want to keep versing Venonaths. They give good amount of XP and they're easy to kill. Versus some of the other Pokemon. Growlithe roars. See? And Venonath. Why do I keep missing? Hit him! Let's go. What'd I say? Level 17 we should be good to go into Mount Moon. Level 17? He levels up way too quick. Stupid Typhlosion. I might have to put an XP share on Hooters just so Typhlosion doesn't overlevel. Ooh, a big boy. How do you miss your tackle so much? Oh, he's using rollout. Oh my god, I didn't pay attention. I thought he was just like scratching me or something. Jesus. Obviously, 6-path stage mode no longer exists. Yeah. Has mostly abandoned the powerful Toad stage. Well, 6-path sage, I think, use it. Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't use Toad. I mean, he uses Sage mode. Doesn't he combine Sage mode with 6-path? I don't know, man. I don't know. Stop growling me, you fascist. There we go. I really hope this run is the last. Not the last, but a good run. Well, I mean, the last would be nice. Basically, for anyone wondering, by the time we get... Did he confuse me already? If we get to... If we get to... Jesus. If we get past the 3rd gym, we're gonna be cruising. He disabled it? Bye-bye. Hey, Sai, what's up, bro? How you doing? I gonna leave soon? No worries, no worries. I'm just concentrating on not screwing up and getting Hooters up a bunch of levels. Alright, stop making him confused. Oh my god. It's so hard to train Hooters. When does Hooters evolve? Wireless control owned to 14-day trials? Yeah, I don't know. I pay for it, but I have friends who use it too. He evolves level 20. Oh my god, he's actually gonna be useful? Wait, guys. He not only evolves level 20. Alright, he evolves level 20. He learns Air Slash. Oh my god. He learns Extra Sensory at level 21. We might... Let's see. Is he a physical or a special attacker? He's a poo-poo head. He sucks. He's a special attacker. Okay, so... Jesus. Oh, he learns Extra Sensory regardless at level... Wait, I'm stupid. This is the wrong game. Okay, he doesn't learn it. Damn it. Damn it. Whatever. He should still be good as evolved. He should be better. I named him He Good Friend. Yes, you did name him. And this name could actually mean something. All he has to do is get to level high. Oh, I'm just so happy we finally freaking got to this point so that we could push Mount Moon. The thing is, he levels up not quickly, which might, like, help since... do I want to hit here? Yeah, you got out of tackle. I'm in confusion. If you want bars as well as visit Ping's Discord and ping Michiru Kagemori. There is a... If you go to the Discord, there is a reactions... I think there's a spoiler channel. Because I have a reaction channel where I'm reacting to Attack on Titan. So on that channel, yeah, people talk about stuff sometimes. Spam it, spam it. Let's go! Level 10. One more hit. Let's go! What? Oh, he learns Peck at level 12. Once he learns Peck, I think we'll be freaking... We'll be going through this like it's nothing. Let's go. I think I'm gonna... Can you evolve them or not? Yeah, I can evolve them. Evolving is fine. You know what? He's a level 2. Yeah. I think what I'm gonna do for my next Nuzlocke, or, you know, not next, but later next Nuzlocke and like 2 Nuzlocks, I think I'm gonna do it so that my Pokemon is... I can't verse wild Pokemon. So, like, you don't have to see this and, like, you know. I mean, this is a different type of grind, but, yeah. I'll probably have to reset that one a lot, though. Talking about... I did the 14-day trial and it's been 1 month and I did not pay. Oh, really? You lose a sock? You lose these nuts? What were you trying to say? Now that's hardcore Nuzlocke. Well, I think it would have different rules. Basketball! I think it would have different rules, but yeah, it would definitely be hardcore. Hey, we got Peck! And I don't know why I used it. Alien. Let's go, Venomoth is nothing. This is a nice song. Japan! Sorry. I think this is the hard... I'm gonna take a little break after this, because... In terms of hardcore Nuzlocks. Because this one is too hardcore for me. Oh, he could kill me if he used rollout. He freaking spammed so many growls. I should have ran away. Okay, we need him at a level 17. Okay, let's... Oh! You gotta be kidding me. Nope. We're poisoned. I feel complete now? Yeah, I could have skipped it, but I didn't want to. Because I know you were waiting to do that. I don't know why I pecked again. I just get so excited with Peck because it's Peck. Okay, Peck is good here. I don't know. I spend money on my account sometimes. I'm not made of money. Yeah, you're only 14. Makes sense. I'm able to spend money on it. It's funny. I didn't get into Pokemon. I was about to say. I didn't get into. I got into Pokemon when I was a kid, but I didn't get into anime until I was in high school. It's kind of cool. Jesus. Okay, I think we're a high enough. We have sucky moves, but I think we're high enough level to start training there. Yeah, y'all are young, except those of you that aren't young. So why does fighting not kill him? He's normal. Oh, because fighting doesn't kill flying, I guess. Let's go. Let's go. That's a big boy. I'm so scared using Hoot Hoot, though. He's so weak. I can't wait till we beat the 3rd gym with this team, if we do. Because they're going to be so much... Well, we're going to have access to a lot more Pokemon, essentially. Okay, Mankey is nice to go up against. Pinsir's not bad. Sneasel's not bad either. In like year 4 or 5. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. I never watched a single anime except for Pokemon, if you count that as anime. I know people will disagree. I mean, it is an anime. I didn't know it was an anime until I was older. Like, much older. I was like, yeah, Pokemon, American. But thank God I could run away from that. Don't die, don't die. Okay, that's 24 life. 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. I'm 3 mentally. Lol. Yeah, I mean, you might get into anime later. You might never get into it. I was around your age when I got into it, so. My brother's so adamant against it. Full Gen 2 team? Maybe. Who knows, right? I don't know. That's for sure. I mean, our 3rd Pokemon could be, if we get that far, could be a legendary for all we know. If this is the last run, though, if we get that far, I'm going to be so freaking excited. You guys don't understand how many hours, well, some of you do, I've sunk into this. Oh, I'm melodic. I like this song. But damn, that was my favorite anime name. But damn, what is that? Well, I thought your only anime you watched... I thought you watched more anime, actually. Wait, you said your only anime was Pokemon? And now you're saying badam? You said badam. Tokyo Mew Mew is Pog. Don't speak about this comment or... I'm not versing an Entei. With a sucky Hooters. I hate you, Poliwrath. Jesus. Poliwrath is so strong. But Bidaman? Bidaman. I don't know. That was a quick reply between me and Tink. Bro, if you don't have delay, if you have the max delay or the delay should be 5 seconds if you have good connection. That's how you know I'm quick on reading chat. If you see that I'm usually quick on reading. Sometimes I miss though because I'm stupid. I like this song. The song's called Hypnosis? Hypnosis, let's go! Let's get rid of Foresight. Because we can't catch a Pokemon anyway. So. And I don't want it. Let's go. Hypnosis. Actually useful. Oh! Guys, no one reminded me. You guys are terrible. Oh no, never mind. He's at level 16. We have another level. It's less than 5 seconds out time. I feel hurt when you said B-damn. Sorry. You said Pokemon though. Hoodoo is a normal. I thought it was flying and psychic. No, it's normal and psychic. Die, Poliwrath. That's why he dies to ice, rock, and... I mean, it makes sense that he's flying. Kill the Melodic. Gotta get to level 17. I don't know if he could even kill the guys in he's doing so... Honestly, I think this run is gonna be over soon. I'm sorry, guys. He's doing so bad against wild Pokemon. I don't think he could take out Mount Moon Pokemon that are higher level and trainers, you know? But, you know, who knows? And neither of them can learn Rock Tomb. You have an 11-second delay? Damn. 4 seconds? With human and reaction time based error? Yeah, I mean, it depends when I look over as well, obviously, but yeah. I want to get a monitor just for chat. I saw them online. It's like small monitors. So I could do more stuff on my second monitor instead of getting a third monitor. Mine is just 2 seconds. So you saw... I read that the second you sent that sign. Or the second I saw it, so... Well, the second I went through. Whatever. Alaska. Wait, I thought we got... Oh, we didn't get XP share in this run. Damn it. Oh! Scope lens boosts the critical hit ratio. Let's give a scope lens to Hooters. You'll need it. I can tell by the chat and how fast you read it. Damn, 2 seconds is beast. I thought 5 seconds was the, like, minimum. But I guess I'm wrong. If you don't have an OLED, you can repurpose the screen for a second monitor. Yeah, but I saw these, like, my table's not that big. And I saw monitors literally exclusively, like, they're just very small. And people use them to stream, and I just think that's really cool. I live in the country, so... I mean, 11 seconds is not bad, right? Bidama. Bidama sounds so familiar. I don't know why. Maybe you told me about it before. Alright, let's be careful not to run into any trainers here. I should have saved. That was my mistake on previous runs too. Like, I should save, so I can't even... Like, if I screw up, I could start over. But that's kind of cheating. Only if I accidentally do something, you know? Like, if I run into one of these guys by accident. That I haven't versed. That would be terrible. Or, like, this girl. This girl's so annoying. Oh, there we go. Oh, my God. Rafta. Rasta. We gotta hope and pray. Alright, guys? We gotta legit hope and pray right now. This is gonna be bad. Oh! Kind of like those Raspberry Pi screens. I don't know. Raspberry Pi is a machine that you could hook up to anything, but... I don't know. Search Bidama right now. Yeah. Oh, Bidama. That means marbles. Bidama. That means marbles, by the way. Marble shooting toy produced in Japan. What is this? This looks cool. What is this, like Blades? Yeah, they will. I want to see them fight. Yo, this anime looks like something I would watch, I'm not gonna lie. 2 million views? The whole episode is here. What the hell? That guy looks so cool, bro. That guy actually looks so cool. I know he's just a kid, but he looks mad cool. I could say how you got addicted to that. It looks cool. But it is literally marbles. They are multi-purpose, but they're generally advertised for that. Oh, I didn't know that. I know my dad had one before they became popular. Alright, do we go back to get items to heal, or do we just push forward with 2 potions? Let's just push forward. We only need to verse 2 guys. Worst case scenario, we'll come back. I plan on reusing an OLED laptop screen because you can't actually find OLED monitors. I don't really care how it looks. I just want it to, like, be efficient, you know? Personally. You have 3 of the toy figures? Yo, send a picture in chat and Discord. That would be cool to see. There's 2 seasons? What the hell? There's only 2 seasons? No wonder I haven't heard of it. How much on the first and second? It has 26 episodes. Jesus. Alright, guys. Bullet Seed. Yo, Bullet Seed's actually not bad. And neither of them could learn it, but, you know. Oh, thankfully he's fast enough. I'm actually gonna save for once. I don't know why, but I saved. OLED for content consumption, not as the main screen. Oh. Yeah, I guess I don't care that much, but maybe I would care if I had an OLED screen. Okay. Very important. You walk behind this woman, okay? Oh, Stepchew was there. That was from the last run, for anyone who remembers. Now we're gonna pick up some items we can pick up for free. Heal powder. I think there's one more item we can get here. Yep. Protein. Alright. We're gonna use the protein. There's no point in holding on to this. Hooters is better on special attack, so we'll put it on Brian. Maybe I should have put it on Hooters. Okay, here we gotta be careful, okay? This Whammon runs. Okay. Right on this We gotta run. Okay, we're good. Whew. This guy could literally just walk by. I always get scared that he's gonna turn around, but I don't think he turns around. And this guy just walks around. So we don't want to walk into him by accident. Whew, we're doing good, we're doing good. Not as a main screen. Didn't I name it Stepchew? You could have, I don't remember, to be honest. You could have been the one to name it Stepchew, yeah. You do remember it though, that's awesome. I have a Raspberry Pi 3B and I didn't know they were popular. It was bought for me for Christmas by a cousin who does a lot of coding stuff. That's cool, especially since like you like coding and stuff. Or like you want to get into it, like you were saying before. Alright, I really hope the RNG is like... Oh! I almost attacked the Raichu. That would have been bad. Alright, I'm gonna save here because you know what? If I screw this up, I'm not resetting. Okay? Jesus. This guy's so annoying. Oh, come on. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with this game? I already have to use the potion. It doesn't even heal him all the way. Nope! Yeah, I'm not. I ran by accident. I'm not dealing with that. No one has to see that. 2018 to 2019. What do you get from the fossils? It's random. It should be random. But we can't get the fossils until we get Surf. Bro, what is this? Oh my god. Why are all the... I have to change the... Oh my god. Now we have one less potion. Yo. Let's go! Except I don't know if we're going, bro. We almost died already. This guy sucks. Ugh. I don't want to use Brian, but I don't know how the hell we're gonna do this. If we had an experience share, it would be better. Hoot just really sucks. Hoot evolves at level 20, so if we could survive from now till the first gym, we should be okay. Please don't have anything crazy. A Graveler. He's gonna have a rock move. No. No. Wait, let's do some thinking, okay? Graveler. Alright. He's gonna have rock throw. He's gonna have rock throw and tackle. Yeah, we're screwed. This run's over. Oh, you used Mud Sport. Okay. I don't, like, what do I do against the Graveler? Like, let's smoke screen. We're gonna smoke screen a bunch. There we go. And we're just gonna spam Ember. Zatu, Hooters should be good again. No, I was supposed to put set mode. Okay, so this is set mode, so he has to stick out. Jesus Christ. And we lost the other potion. Please. Please, Hoot Hoot. Hypnosis. Okay. Hypnosis could be good here. What moves will Muck have? We're gonna freaking look it up. This game is this challenge is way too insane, okay? Let's look up Muck. This is a great song, by the way. So he'll most likely have Poison Gas and Pound, which is not that crazy. So we don't need to growl against Pound. I think we're just gonna try to peck it to death. Flying should be normal. So yeah, we're just gonna peck it. Wait, how much does Tackle do in this gen? Tackle, Leaf Green, Attack. It has 40 attack. Oh, but he's a normal flying, so Tackle and Peck should be... should have the same amount of attack or whatever. Peck has 35. Should do the same amount. Okay, so I'm assuming Tackle's actually going to do more than Peck. Yeah, it's a secret for... No, next game's going to be the next one that comes out, depending on how long it takes for us to beat this, but... Brilliant. It'll be Pokemon Brilliant, the new game. Get that stab. It's stab with either of them, so I'm gonna go with Peck. Why'd you wake up? Oh, come on. How do you miss 2 hypnosises? You missed 3 hypnosises! Oh my god. I think we'll be forced to change. And he misses a tackle. How do you miss a tackle? Okay, we cannot kill him. I'm sorry. And he disabled it. Great. We're gonna smoke scream him. Jesus. Please don't die. Let's go. Peck him. Swinub. Peck him. Powder Snow? Hypnosis. Tackle. Let's go. Tackle. Let's go. Tackle. Let's go. Tackle. Let's go. Woo! Let's go. Let's freaking go, baby. We have a chance now. He evolves at level 22. Oh, God. Is this what it feels like to play Pokemon and to know everything? I just played and get to the 8th gym. Bro, I don't know everything. I look up so much. I'm actually terrible at Pokemon. Alright, before we screw up, let's change to Brian for random Pokemon. Let's just pick up the Helix here. If we don't change to Brian, we would lose... Hoot Hoot is not fast enough. Not even do Elite 4 or post-game if there isn't? Wait, you skip Elite 4? Jesus. I see, yeah, ISO's scary. Yo, Justin, what's up? Long time no see. Okay, we got pretty far. Black Belt. What does Black Belt help for again? I don't remember. Fighting type. Makes sense. I don't know. I heard you were playing Minecraft. How'd that go? Okay, these guys... Whoa! Brian could learn Mega Punch. Or Mega Kick. I don't think we need that, though, to be honest. Let's pick up the item I think you could get... By the way, I learned a lot from this Psy also, just because I've lost... Oh, no, there is no item here. I've lost literally 31 times, so I've been forced to learn a lot. Rain Dance. Kind of useless. Alright, our guys are decent levels for this. Technically, we could train Hoot Hoot to level 18-ish. I'm kind of scared because Typhlosion is high level. He's level 20. But... You're playing Skyblock? Nice. It's going well. This is really hard, though. Bro, I'm the same way, Chi. I had to do the same thing. I literally use my anime list because I forget so much of the anime I watch. And I still forget some, I'm sure. It's going well, Justin. It's going freaking awesome. Because you guys are here. And I love seeing you, Justin. But it's also going awesome because... we've made it kind of far Depending... Oh! We critted that because of the item we held. Oh my god, we got so lucky. I just realized that. What? Chi, what do you think? What level should we push Hooters to? He had like recover or whatever. That was gonna be annoying. Push to 18, I'd say. Mewtwo. 18 and a half or 18? Sky Factory? Yo, Chi, I would suggest checking Raskila out. He's really awesome. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, I wasn't gonna verse a Mewtwo, bro. Alright. This is what's very scary, okay? For those that don't know, the level cap right now is 21. 21. But I have to essentially have level 19s going up against Misty. Because the level cap for the level Gen 3 is... or Gen 3. For level 3 is... until the third gem is 24. So I think we're going to be forced to verse her right now. I'm actually really scared. Thanks, Justin. I feel like I'm okay, but thanks. You got some new merch? Hell yeah. Put it in my Discord in the self-promotion tab. I want to see it. I was saying to do 18 Hootwood because of third gem. Yeah. But like middle 18 or just regular? I'll just go with the regular. Imagine I ran into that guy by accident. Whew. Okay, who do we use first here? What the heck's going on? Yeah, we gotta put set mode on. Who do you guys suggest we use first? Hoot or Brian? Hooters or Brian? Just do it later. Nathan wants me to make some Mama Pog merch. Do it if you want, I don't mind. I should make some too. Maybe we'll make it together. We'll sell it together. The same exact... Nah. I should make that merch. I mean, you can make it if you want. I don't care. Alright, Hooters. Who do we use first here? The scary thing with Hooters is... I mean, Hypnosis could be very useful. We're taking a risk regardless. We're gonna use Hooters first. Oh, the moment of truth! What's your first Pokemon? Okay. No electric, ice, or rock moves. Not bad, not bad. Ooh, and we have Peck. Let's go. We're gonna we're gonna Peck right away. We're gonna Peck right away. Let's see how much damage it does. Jesus, it does nothing. Oh, I have Insomnia. Let's go. We gotta Hypnosis it though. It has Confusion. Oh my god. Okay, we have to change to Brian. Hooters literally would have died. We can't get him to... If he has a Hypnosis... Oh, good. Thank God for the critical hit. Jesus. Too much XP. Jesus Christ. For it. I could change out, but I think it would be too dangerous. Thankfully, it's not a crazy guy. Oh my god. No, you gotta be kidding me. Let's go! 2 crit hits in a row? Let's go! Brian getting that XP. He's trying to learn Quick Attack, though. That's good. Quick Attack is stronger than Tackle, and Tackle misses, so we're gonna go with Quick Attack. You were wrong, Doctor. You came back and we didn't reset. Let's go! Oh. We're gonna reset soon, though, for sure. I was playing Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. Hell yeah, I was just tanking with Pikachu. Nice. Look at the rules on the top right, though. And look at this. It's hard to tank with him. See you, Doctor. Love you, bro. Have an amazing night. Reaper, what's up? Long time no see. Your internet's bad, but welcome. You gotta go already? No. You already got a Go Titan? Alright, see ya. See ya. Did you just heck yeah your own message? Or am I reading it incorrectly? The starters are very tanky, yeah. Yeah, I heard that the Pokemon Let's Go is very easy. I obviously don't know how true it is, but it sounds like it's true from what you guys are saying. Let's go, Monkey Do Good. Haven't heard that in a while. Now, aside from the beginning, the hardest part, probably. Alright. First, I'm gonna see if I could teach Water Pulse. Nope. Bro, they don't learn any of these. See ya, Reaper. Thanks for the lurk. No worries, Titan. I appreciate it, man. You can't do anything about your internet. Lurking. Thanks for the lurk, Angel. This is where things get spicy, too. Why y'all keep putting... Wait. I love this song. Always making me get up, bro. You don't know what to do. You could save up for, you could save up. I will tell you though, Titan. You could save up for VIP. Or for a God Monkey. I will tell you something though, Titan. I am thinking of going to YouTube kind of soonish. So that will help in a way. But yeah. What if you were to just watch an anime on stream for the vid reaction stream? That's illegal. So I'd have to think about it. Eat jelly bean? Nah, I already had a jelly bean today. It was a good jelly bean though, I'm not gonna lie. You got drip? Thanks, bro. I'm freaking Ash Ketchum, baby. Alright. Guys, things don't get easier, okay? Angel, welcome back. Things don't get easier. We're gonna have to verse our rival right now. Let's see what item we get here first, though. Experience share! Let's go! Oh my god! Did you unfollow? Hey, Joad, what's up? Give me anime reactions on streams. I'll pay. It's illegal. I don't know if I could do that. How you doing, bro? I love committing acts of illegality. Yes. Ash Pong or Ash Ping. Ash Ping. Ash Ping Pong. Why y'all unfollowing and following? I think it ruins the amount. It ruins the amount of time that you followed. Like, it's gonna say that if you do a hashtag exclamation point followage, it ruins that. But you know, I could do that. Go to sleep, bro. Congrats on med school, bro. Hell yeah. His merch looks fire. You see? You see, it ruined it, G. Alright, whoever we give experience share gets the experience, right? No matter who we use. So we're gonna give it to Hooters. Alright? And we're gonna give the scope lens to Brian. Now, you guys might think this is dumb. I actually don't know what to do against the starter right here. We're going to go with Hooters first. You always do hours top. It's top hours, top hours. Hey, 8 months. Damn, it's been 8 months, Justin. That's kind of crazy. I don't really care, though. Oh, okay. If you don't care, you don't care. I'm just letting you guys know. Yeah, it doesn't ruin top hours. Don't worry. All right, this is the moment of truth. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Hitmon top? Oh my god. Wait, flying kills him, right? Flying kills fighting. This could be good, depending on how much Peck does. Fight me, Nathan. Oh my god, Hooters, you suck. Please, Hypnosis, hit. Hit. Raichu. Hit. Come on, Hooters! We're forced to change to Brian. Thunderbolt? Why do you have such a strong move? We're gonna Ember him. Okay, we should be good with the... Oh, he got burned. Let's go! Are you serious? He gets the hit in before the burn? Jesus. Even for following for 2 months, or definitely more than 2 months, I think. I programmed to stream in the MetaZoo server. Aw, that's so sweet. You didn't have to. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. You didn't have to do that. Definitely put it in self-promotion if you haven't, though. I want to see your new merch. How long have I been watching? You were at Brawley's second run Pokemon Emerald. I don't know, but not too long, G. Alright, see you, Angel. If that's super... Yeah, I was super effective on him. It's not super effective, it's just a very powerful move. Okay, experience share actually helps, so I might be able to sweep with Brian. He's not going to have a ground, rock, or water move. I think he's going to have powder snow. I think Ember will do a lot of work here. Never mind. Ember did like nothing. See you, Jawad. Thanks for popping in, bro. Heck yeah. Let's go. I kind of want a smoke screen, but we're just going to go power right now. We might get a... Damn it, he has a water gun! Okay, it didn't do that much. It's fine. Come on, Ember. Crit, crit, crit. Let's go. Okay, we're good. We're good. Damn, you don't care either? Bye-bye. Not for me. I'm into others. Yeah, I figured. It doesn't show unless we're on that screen. Sorry, Nathan. But you heard it. Was this a new account? Jesus, another new account? Please don't have crazy Pokemon. Please don't have crazy Pokemon. Hitmontop is back. I'm kind of scared. I'm not doing anything Nathan171 puts. I'm not doing it, Nathan. That just promotes people to make new accounts for points. Sorry, Nathan. Do I Ember here? Do I Ember or do I switch out? From what I remember, he tried to... He didn't try to do anything to me, did he? I think he's... What did he do? I think he used... Oh, he used Focus Energy. Damn it. Time to go to my second account. Yeah, I'm switching out. I think it's right, too. Oh my god, he had a revenge? Oh! I think this run is over. We're gonna have to go for Hypnosis and then change. I think that's our only chance. Because I don't think... Hooters is flying type? Yeah, he's normal flying. I don't think that Brian could tank a revenge, even if we don't hit him on top. Oh my god, he's so fast. Okay, the run's over. The run's over. The run's over. Wow, the run's literally over. For anyone wondering why the run is over, okay? I'll explain it right here, okay? You need 2 Pokemon no matter what, okay? That's why the run's over. It's because he's a level 18 and he evolves at level 20, okay? I'm going to restart, but I just want to show you guys why the run's over. The level cap, okay? The level cap right now, I'm not going to change it, but it's supposed to be 24, okay? Now watch this. A Rayquaza? Jesus. Okay. Do you guys see why the run's over? Do you guys see it? Do you guys see why the run's over? I just hit my level cap with 1 Pokemon. Look how beast he is. Look at all this. But it means nothing. Because the second he hits level 25, it's over. And you guys get the point. There it is. The run's over. That's why we need 2 Pokemon. Hey, Doctor's still here. Brain. Yeah, Brian died, unfortunately. That was the furthest in a while, though. I think I got better. Hoot Hoot was just too much of a trash Pokemon. Alright, guys. Hoot Hoot was just too big of a trash Pokemon to do well there. I will say though, I've gotten to the point where I'm kind of comfortable with the Pokemon like that are the starters. So I could kind of play a bit smarter now. The song is great. Did I press the reset, guys? I didn't, right? Yeah. We're at 32 resets. Great. Oh, you want to name the next guy Brain? I forgot to change the level cap. Oopsies. I know I forgot something. The words mean what does it mean? I still have love for you or something? I don't know. It's about like missing someone that passed away. It's a sad song, but it sounds so nice. Oh my god, I'm sweating. Jesus Christ. You guys better appreciate all this clothes I have on. I'm sweating like hell. I've forgotten a lot of so reading wise, I'm terrible now. I was never like amazing. There's a lot. Japanese is one of the hardest, if not the hardest written languages. Speaking, I'm still okay, but I forget a lot. I've forgotten a good amount of words. I could still be like, "Ohayou gozaimasu. Genki desu ka? Boku wa kyou nanka nani o shimashita ka? Ma, kyou wa amari shimasen deshita. Dakara, ma, daijoubu desu yo ne." Like I could still like do that type of stuff, but because I did live there for 2 years. But Sharpedo, where does Sharpedo live? Ninjask. Venonat. What an interesting group of Pokemon. Alright, let's check out Sharpedo. See if he has anything nice. He is a water dark, so he dies to quite a bit. His attack is insane. What the hell? He's fast and his attack is insane. Well, I think we might go with Sharpedo without even thinking, depending on what he has. He has Bite. He learns Rage at level 7. Rage sucks though. He needs Slash at level 33. He kind of sucks. If he could learn Rock Tomb or Water Pulse, well, Water Pulse is not that useful, right? If he could learn Rock Tomb, because remember, Rock Tomb is after the first gym we get. Look at me thinking a little more. He could learn Rock Tomb. He could actually be pretty viable on the team. His attack is actually insane. His special attack's actually good too. So I really want to go with him. But let's see Ninjask. I'll take your guys' recommendations also. He has Leech Life. Leech Life has 80 attack? Jesus. That's pretty good. He learns Cut, which we'll need later. He doesn't get Water Pulse or Rock Tomb, which is fine. His speed is insane, and his attack is decent. He has a lot that could kill him too, though. So I think we're gonna go with. I think we'll go with Sharpedo here, unless anyone has a different idea. Welcome back, Nathan. The other account. Mandarin. Mandarin's not the hardest. Mandarin's possibly the hardest spoken language, especially if you don't know a tonal language already. But written, Japanese is harder because Japanese uses Chinese characters and its own 2 syllables. I just fear that if I move to Japan and live there for a long time, I'll forget English. Nah, that won't happen, bro. You have access to the internet. You're gonna. The thing is, a lot of people who travel abroad, they end up like not learning that language. They end up grouping up with people who already know their own language. So he's like, I'm doing good with the other account. English is apparently one of the hardest spoken languages. Yeah, I'm saying this from the point of view of someone who knows English. I guess I should have specified that. Let's go with Sharpedo. I didn't realize Sharpedo was that good. Jesus. He also has that thing that hits people, right? We're gonna name him Pedo, because he has Pedo in his name. Okay, Latin might be harder. In terms of writing, though, I think Japanese is the hardest. Even, like, English only has 28 letters or whatever, so... We're just gonna bite. He tried to disable, yeah. I think this could be a very good run. I mean, the problem is he has so many things that kill him. So, what kills Pedo? Sharpedo weakness. I think fighting kills him. Yeah, fighting. Because he's dark. Bug kills him because he's dark. Grass kills him because he's water. Fairy's not in the game, thank God. And electric kills him because he's water. So he dies to 4 things. Which is quite a bit. Almost alone. When do you plan on moving? What age do you plan on moving? Or you don't know yet? Are you going to do something like what I did? When you graduate? Doesn't Chinese, either of Chinese languages, have a word for almost everything? Okay. Chinese. Look, guys, look. Alright, look. Mandarin, how many characters to be fluent? Okay? If you really want a character count, shoot for around 2,000. With 2,000, you should be able to learn around 3,500 to 4,000 words. Okay? So that's basic fluency. Okay? Now you might think, whoa, that's a lot. But bro, Japanese is over 2,000. What's worse about Japanese is that it's not only... Okay. Mandarin, a lot of the words, it'll have one reading. So let's say the word for child. Okay? These are Chinese characters. This character, okay? This character has one way of saying it in Chinese, if I remember correctly. In Japanese, it has like 3 or 4. That's pretty much the difference. Because it combines Chinese and Japanese readings. So Japanese is harder. So, ha! I mean, I don't know why I'm saying ha, like... Whoa! Why did I almost die? What the hell? You got Gene? Let's go. 33 years? Wait, what's 33 years? I plan on moving like at... Oh. Let's go, you actually just got Gene? That's awesome. I plan on moving like at 18 when I'm out of school. You're not gonna go to college? Oh, you're gonna go to college in Japan? Cantonese? Bro, I don't know. How many characters in Cantonese? To be fluent. You gotta say to be fluent because that's what's important. About 2,000. Perhaps 4,000 will make you fluent. For the... You need to memorize 2,000 to 3,000. 1,500 to 2,000. 3,000. 3,000 gives you almost complete coverage of modern Chinese. I don't know. Maybe Cantonese is harder. I don't know. Still, though, the amount of pronunciation... And you gotta remember, Japanese has 2 extra syllabaries. So they have 2 alphabets of their own, and then they have the Chinese characters. With Chinese readings and Japanese readings. Reading-wise, Japanese is hardest from my understanding. Didn't they have to change names of schools because some of them meant, like, balls? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, uni. That's right. Australia. Australia? Hiragana, katakana, and kanji, yeah. But to be fair, hiragana and katakana are not hard. Once you know it, like, it's not hard. Orani ne eri, my love, so sweet. Warate moto, baby. Mutsakini on my mind. I love this song. Utsute moto, baby. Sticking in your side. I really hope we beat the first gym and get a good second Pokemon, because this could be the final run. Pedo is a good guy. Oh, wow. That's funny. We versed Pedo with Pedo. We're going to push level 12 and then verse the first guy, as usual. Poisoned. Bad part, it's on my ALT account. Lol. You're supposed to know this? My bad, my bad. I have perfection memorization of hiragana. Yeah, I learned hiragana really easily. Katakana gets hard to read when you see it in the middle of hiragana and kanji. Because it's like just so weird. I still have to actively take like 4 to 5 seconds to make sure I translate it properly. Oh, okay. Hey, it takes time. You know what? Ooh, nice! The medicine song. That's awesome. Nice way to flex the song at the same time. Guys, check out Metazoo. It's a new card game if you guys are tired of Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokemon card games. My boy here, Sir Rasquila, helped found it. It's kind of cool, actually. It's really cool. Oh, maybe I'll buy a pack and then sell it in 10 years and make a lot of money. Oh, stop poisoning me. Don't mind that. What was I gonna say? The way I learned how to read Japanese so much quicker, aside from kanji, kanji is just a battle, is literally going to karaoke in Japan. I karaoke'd so much that I got to the point that I was able to just like read really fast, kind of, which is kind of cool. Let's get Pedo to level 12. Come on, Pedo. So sweet, Eddie, my love. So sweet. Don't poison me. Bro, how many times is it gonna be? I just don't remember katakana due to not have... Yeah, I mean, katakana is just different. Katakana is usually for foreign words. It's not hard, but... How to learn Spanish? What trick to in Spanish? Yo, honestly, maybe. I was in Japan and there was a guy who owned his... He was a Mexican guy who married a Japanese woman. And he had his own restaurant. I'm not versing Nidoking. That's mad annoying. And, alright, I'll verse you. There you go. He had his own restaurant, and... he spoke Spanish to my friend, who's fluent in Spanish. And I would understand a good amount, surprisingly, but I didn't speak it that well. But it was so cool to hear Japanese, English, and Spanish at the same place. And I taught his kid. Memories. But yeah. Have you tried that, Justin? How good is your Spanish, Justin? If you were to say, like, from a scale of 1 to 1. 1 to 1? 1 to 2? 1 to 10? Jesus. I'm gonna get the town map this time, too. I'm feeling good about this run. I'm so sad that the Suicune Zapdos... I mean, Suicune Groudon. It was such a good recipe for a good run. And I just screwed it up. I was about to say I know this song, and then I realized it's Metazoo. Awful? Yeah, my Spanish is pretty bad too. My understanding's not bad though, but... Broken mix of multiple languages in the same like sentence. Oh, I've done that before. It's so cool. You feel like a boss. Or like an idiot, you know. I felt like a boss. Now, let's not screw this up. You see, one of the scary things... The song sounds so good. Did you guys pay a band to like do it or something? Zoo, meta zoo, zoo, meta zoo. Ah! I forgot fighting kills him. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Gojo and that's it. Twitch thinks my laptop is Windows 10. Oh yeah, how's Windows 11? That doesn't know it's Windows 11. Mike had some of his friends from his childhood do it. That's sick. A Dragonite. Oh, that is so cool. I would have liked to try to make maybe one of the songs. If you need another song for Medicine, well, nah, I don't know if I could do it, but I do want to make music. That I do want to do. I can play keyboard, guitar, sing a little. But this sounds so good and professional. I have no drums, but I could do like some basic drums and saxophone and stuff, but bro, stop paralyzing me. Jesus. Perfectly fine for me. Nice. Didn't really notice the difference. So I'm definitely not going to get it yet. Yeah, I'm ready for the weekend. I guess. As ready as I could be, right? Yeah. Ooh, a Magikarp. He doesn't level up too quickly, which is good. I don't need Pokemon that level up quickly. That's very scary. It's so weird. Suicune memories. To think of it, the game like that. Oh my god. Gojo, stop it. I don't even have Prime. Oh. If you had Prime, you could sub for free, which would be cool, but yeah. Do they have... Is Prime big in Australia? Zoo. Meta zoo. Oh my god, a Groudon? What's going on with these memories? Why do they have all these legendaries here? So, well, I guess it is random, but... Battles, yeah. I think Taurus... Yeah, Taurus gives quite a bit. I think this will be out... Yeah, that was our last guy. Whew. Some websites just automatically put themselves in Japanese. You might have it on Chrome or whatever you're using to automatically do that. Or maybe it's a Japanese website. I don't know. Alright, we got this. Every time I'm all night on you. Metazu song would be perfect for right now. Let's go. Let's get this. You're going down, Brock. Leech life. Okay. Bite does well. Okay. Depending on the second Pokemon, we're good. Shuckle. He wrapped me? Come on, Pedo. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, we're playing better. Let's go. Whew. And he doesn't level up quick, which is actually so good. I think... Oh my god. I mean, we still have to beat the first guy, but... I'm feeling good about this run. Well, I feel good about half the runs. Anyway. Amazon's still as big as everyone. Actually, maybe not as big as 25 million people. Thanks for the stretch. Oh, yo, 25 million people. That's like 11 million people in New York. That's crazy to think about. So you think the Minecraft website and the Prime Gaming websites are Japanese? Oh, no. I don't. Okay, you don't have to say that, okay? I didn't know. All right, let's go. Stop looking at stuff. We're gonna buy some potions here. And you know what? We're gonna buy 2 antidotes. Alright, we're not taking any risks. We'll buy an escape rope too. I'm feeling good about this round. Okay, we're gonna train him to 16 though. I don't trust him at 15. 1 level makes a difference. He's so fast though. I can't wait till he gets a special attack. Move, he's gonna be so good. The only thing is, ooh, he's trying to learn Scary Face. I mean, we don't need Scary Face. It reduces speed, but he's already super fast, and we can't catch any Pokemon anyway. Ooh, woo, hello, kitties. Oh, welcome, Kitsune. Nice name. Rude? How's that rude? I'm be going now. Bye, PP. All right, see you, Nathan. Have a good night, man. If you're going to sleep. How are you doing, Kitsune? We're on our 32nd run right here, but feeling pretty good about it, to be honest. Bye, Nathan. All right, let's see. This is the moment of truth. Okay, that's not bad. Okay. Oh, okay, we're good. Ninjask is like one of the rare Pokemon faster than us. Spam bite. Let's go! Okay, that was by far the hardest trainer until we get to Mount Moon. Let's go! We're actually making progress. Kitsune Fora. Kitsune. Kitsune is Japanese, yeah? What is Kitsune? Kitsune. It sounds like the guy from the guy from Naruto, the shark guy. Is Fox? Is my Japanese that bad? I don't think it. Does it mean Fox? Oh, it is. Damn. Good job, Chi. Alright. You guys could, Kitsune, you could put any music you'd like if you want, by the way. But how are ya? Alright, let's verse this one. Blastoise? What are these Pokemon? He's kind of leveling up kind of fast now. I don't like it. We don't need to heal up for that since we didn't lose any health. Alright, we ran back not to run into the other guy. A Wurmple, let's go. Ooh, a Charizard. Level 18, okay, not bad. She's so annoying. Go away. Go away! There you go, let's go. Oh! Don't want to verse that guy. All right, second Pokemon. Let's go. Woo, we made it. What are you gonna be? What are you gonna be? What are you gonna be? Come on. Oh, okay. What are we naming her? I don't know what to think of this Pokemon, to be honest. Like, I'm assuming it sucks because it gets killed by bug a lot, right? Bug Pokemon. I think both Pokemon have to be good for this for a run to be successful. Let me just double check. I think it's a bug. Yeah, it's a bug. Okay, so it dies by Fire, Flying Rock. Not too bad. I thought it was maybe Bug Grass, but it's just a bug. Third gen. Oh, it could learn Water Pulse, which is very useful. It can't learn Cut, though. Can Sharpedo learn Cut? I don't think Sharpedo can learn Cut. Everything but Cut. We have a very hard decision now. Do we restart? Or do we just catch a random Pokemon and get Cut? I think we'll have to restart. Wonder Egg priority thing. Cool. I don't think I've heard that before. For anyone wondering, these are the Nuzlocke rules. And the rest are on the top right. So we can't catch a Pokemon, no items in battle, and set mode. Because we can't catch a Pokemon, and we need to use Cut before the third gym, and we can't get another Pokemon until after the third gym. I think we'll have to reset right now. This is so sad. This is so sad, bro. This is so sad. You're making me let's go. It's just not a let's go moment, bro. But okay. Oh, we're gonna have to restart. God damn it. But 2 good runs in a row. That's good news. That's good news. We're on run 30, 33 now, I think, right? Jesus. Okay. Look at all this. So sad. So sad. I also believed in us. I even put the first badge and everything. Alright. Let's just remove the level cap. Put it back to 14. You'll get a Zigzagoon as a starter. If I get a Zigzagoon, I might reset again. That would suck. It's all randomized, so... Well, obviously, but yeah. Let's see. Let's go sub. Let's go Pong. We pick up a potion here, because we could still use items in between battles. So, let's just speed this up. Come on. Give us something good to eat. Run 32. 33. Wait, this is run 33? Did I screw up? Oh no, it is 33. Wobbuffet. Very annoying Pokemon to go up against. Not the best Pokemon to have. You're looking awfully submissive and breedable. Memes. Yes. Well, that was from one of my videos, right? Someone said that. Psyduck. And Furret. Well, this is pretty much a Zigzagoon Kitsune. I don't like this. Technically, we might be able to do something with Wobbuffet, but he'll be taking damage for every move, so it's not worth it. We're gonna reset here. I'm not dealing with those Pokemon, sorry. Those are some poo-poo Pokemon. We had 2 runs in a row that were good, so I don't mind resetting for this. This is... Why is this song so low? Oh, this is Wonder Egg. It's very low, so I'm gonna open it on YouTube, so you guys could hear it louder. It's very low. Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's so slow and sad. Abra. Let's go with Punk. I don't know this song. Ooh, it sounds nice. Sounds like a song you would hear when you're a kid or something. Not me, but anyone who lives in Japan. Alright. Let's see. Got Smeargle. Not the worst. Feebas. And a Geodude. Maybe Smeargle could be good here. Let's see. The other two, I don't know. All he has is Sketch? You fascist. His only move is Sketch? Oh god. Okay, let's look at Geodude. What? Oh, wrong. Geodude. Geodude, you gotta have something, right? All you have is Tackle until level 11, you get Rock Throw. Okay, Rock Throw's not bad. Rock Throw's not bad. Who's the other guy? Feebas. Feebas is sexy. But, you know, it's a Feebas. It's not a melodic. Unless I could level it up. Doesn't Feebas level up with Friendship? Level up with Max Beauty? Oh, never mind. Yeah, I think Feebas we're not gonna go with. What does it learn though, out of curiosity? Let's just put the next song here. Oopsies. So many tabs open. Sharpedo would have been so good. He literally has Tackle and that's it. Okay, so wait. Well, we're kind of forced to pick Geodude here. Everyone else sucks. It's an anime with themes related to suicide. Jesus! So its slow theme makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. What anime is it? We'll call him Dude. If you guys have any suggestions for names, let me know. But, you know, they might not survive. Okay, Feebas has really bad... It literally all has... Splash. Thankfully, Geodude levels up quickly because, Jesus Christ, I don't think this is going to be a good run. Unfortunately. It's Wonder Egg Priority. Oh, okay, that was the name of the title of the thing, so that makes sense. Damn. What's your favorite anime, Kitsune, if you don't mind me asking? We could tackle Raichu to death. Yeah. Raichu is good to go up against. Since he's electric, he probably has, you know, sucky moves. Magmar's probably fine too. And he didn't. Oh, he burnt me? You crazy man. I can't figure that out. Oh. Too many anime to choose from, yeah? Oh! We almost died to a Kingdra. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hoped we did. Okay, Arcanine is big boy, but he's an Arcanine. Umbreon doesn't have anything. He levels up really quick. Let's go. Let's go heal up after this. Do you like any shonen? I'm all about shonen lately. We don't want to go up against Kingdra. Level 12. Level 12 will be able to push the trainer. Nope, no Kingdra. When does he learn rock? Oh, he learns it at level 12, right? Rock throw or something. Oh, level 11, okay. Useful move-ish. Shonen is pretty decent. Yeah, I'm all about shonen. Do you ever get collector's anxieties? That sounds like you're asking me a question, but it's the name of a song. That's funny. Okay. We're doing decent. I still don't want to verse Kingdra. Rock Throw is nice against Arcanine, though. Arcanine gives... Ooh, and Raichu, that's right. I'm assuming they give, like, attack EVs also, which is useful. Rock Throw is just a useful use move. Jesus. Versus tackle, anyway. Do 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 do. This is actually really hard to it's really hard to play this because of all the resets. I kind of told myself. Oh, he's level 14. What am I doing? Yes. I get that anxiety. This is Diego. Oh, I thought I was gonna say every item right now. Diego's someone who watches Kitsune, loves Breath of the Wild. I played that on stream. It's a pretty fun game. Wow, Justin. I wonder what the next song is gonna be. Alright, I stupidly put him to level 14 because I wasn't paying attention. But I think it's fine. I don't think that this guy's gonna give us one whole level up. That would be crazy. Nah, just wait. What? But I know it's a Rickroll. Why would I wait? Alright, let's see. What is that? A Shoal Salt. Shoal Salt is for water moves, I think. So not really useful here. The only problem is if we come up against Wobbuffets. X Special, also not useful. Oh my god. Are you serious? Ninjask is really fast, though. I love this song. Who put this song? Or is it my song? Metal Coat. I always forget. Oh, it's for Steel type moves. Rock Throw. Well, there goes dude. Jesus Christ, man. Okay. We're on ROM 37, okay? That's the 37th ROM because I tested 2 ROMs. But we're on run 35. Now listen. 37 is my lucky number. Because don't ask me why, it just is. So, you're going to see some sexy stuff happen right now. Or you're just, or not. Or not. Yeah, just another reset. It's okay, we're at 35. I didn't feel that good with Geodude, to be honest. Certain starters are just, even with okay RNG, you're gonna die, because they just suck. But I'm starting to learn that the more I... It took me 35 resets, but I'm starting to learn that. But, you know, all we need is a legendary, and we'll be good. All we need is a legendary. Okay? All we need is a legendary. Okay? All we need is a legendary. I'm gonna go with Azrael without even checking, because Azrael we used on a different run, and it was actually really good. Gonna go with Kitsune. No? Oh, I used oh yeah, you're right. I used Meryl. So Azrael is even better, no? Or oh wait, no, it's worse. Wait, I'm an idiot. You're right. He evolves with high friendship. Oh. Yeah, that wasn't very bright. I mean, it's not the worst thing. He most likely has Water Gun. Never mind. Wrong gen. It's not the worst thing ever. Because we could push for... No, it's actually really bad. Is the de-evolution? Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna go with Fox because Azrael is a fox. I mean, she might die right now. He has no moves. Are you kidding me? He literally has no moves. Oh my god. She has no moves. Sorry, Kitsune. Well, next run. Run 38. I was feeling good about that run too. Monkey do very bad. How was I supposed to know she has no moves? You're just hating. Alright. Oh, this sounds awesome actually, Justin. At first I was like, what is this? And then I'm like, oh, Rickroll, but it actually sounds so cool. If you want to know... Oh, yeah. Monkey do very good. Why bad, Justin? I'm leaving the song. It's a nice song. Na, 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 na. I'm na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Never gonna make you up. Never gonna hang you down. Turn around, desert you. Dessert? I want dessert. Told you, you were right. I'm not gonna lie, this sounds awesome. If people rickrolled me with this version, I wouldn't be that mad. I wouldn't be mad, unless I heard it over and over. Pidgey. Meganium. Meganium's good, it learns Razor Leaf earlier on. Pikachu! Wait. Pikachu's interesting, actually. Because he'll only die from ground moves. He has Thunder Shock, which is pretty good. Yeah, he learns Thunder Shock. He learns Thunderbolt at level 26, which would be pretty late. He can't learn Rock, whatever, or Water Pulse, which we get after the second gem. So I'm thinking of going with Meganium. What do you guys think? Tell me some name ideas also to name it. I think this run will be okay. Ooh, Meganium can learn Cut as well. Yeah, I think we're gonna go Meganium here. Tank with the Chew? Like, nah. I mean, this is not Pokemon Let's Go. It's all randomized. And Pikachu only learns Thunder Shock, which isn't that strong. Meganium learns Razor Leaf. I'm gonna have to go with Razor Leaf, I think. Sorry. Sorry. It's kind of fine because it's not a bad song. Yeah, unless it happens to you all the time. Nah, it's usually fine. I don't get mad from things in general, but yeah, we'll go with Chad though, so I don't make you too sad. Justine. Imagine Pidgey kill. Wait, does Pidgey have Peck? Am I an idiot? Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. Probably should have tackled, but Frankie. Wow. Wait, what? What's the wow? Cecilia? Oh, I already named it Chad. Cecilia. Cecilia? Cecilia? Cecilia. It's Cecilia, right? I'm never gonna give you up. Tackle. 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 What is... Oh my god. He levels up too quickly, though. Jesus. Some of these Pokemon gotta chill, bro. Ooh, look at those udders. I mean, what? Oh, Razor Leaf is so... Razor Leaf is so strong. Alright, no worries. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the shout out on the server as well. And I want to see your merch. See ya, Justin. Thanks for popping in, man. The song sounds so familiar. I've heard this somewhere. I can't level him up too much. He's too good. Let's go actually get Oak's thing in. How do you keep missing Razor? How much accuracy does the Razor Leaf have? Who put this song? I know this song. Octillery is strong, but yeah. That guy gives you a potion, but I couldn't be bothered. Level 12, and we should be good to push. Wow, what a Silcoon. An actual normal guy to run into. And then you just have Miltank out of nowhere. We gotta be careful though, not to overlevel. So we're gonna push to level 12. Like that, and then we'll push the first trainer. You put on Rockefeller straight. Is that this song? I've heard that. I've literally learned songs from you guys, and this is one of the songs I learned from you guys. Na 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 na. Citrus berry. Ooh. Whoa, we're gonna use that in the first gem. A ho-oh. Oh my god, I wish we had that. Actually, I don't know what ho-oh learns early on, so I don't know if I wish I had that, but... PP up. Nah, we don't need to PP up. Oh, it is Rockefeller. Very nice. What if we were to stay at this level? Well, I've basically done the calculations. Level 12... I would rather be level 14 because the first gym leader has 2 Pokemon, one of which is level 14, the other's 12, I think. So they could actually demolish me if I'm not careful. And then this guy is I have to verse. So you see, look how many Jesus, Chad literally just went up a full level. I might be able to take it out at level 13 though. I'm just gonna stay at level 14. I'm not gonna like train it above level 14. Yeah, I might be able to get away because he is fully evolved, and Razor Leaf is a pretty good move. Unless I go up against like a Typhlosion or a Groudon, I should be fine. I'll verse one more guy. Yeah, there we go. Do you cap based on the leader's highest level Pokemon? Yes. Yo, you didn't know that? Yeah. I cap based off the leader's highest level Pokemon. That's why it's so hard. Because the second gym has level 24, but then the third has 29, and then it goes to like 40 something, and then it becomes normal. Alright, let's see the moment of truth, baby. Let's see what happens. How'd you miss? Oh my god. He used Kness. Oh my god, that was so smart. Oh no. No, Chad! Oh, that was so good. That was so good. He made my accuracy go down twice, and that just obliterated me. That was really smart. I mean, that was so good, but not for us. Oh my god. Wait, did I forget to put the reset? I did. We're at 37 resets. Okay, this is the perfect number. Okay, guys? Oh, my dog trying to get in. Right, let me get my dog in here. Piggers. Yo, come in, baby cheeks. Come here. Dog cam. Wait, did you guys see him? Look. So cute. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Oh. He's looking at me like, why the hell did you pick me up? Sorry, Cassidy. You guys better appreciate him. I moved my my monitor by accident. Okay, there we go. This is gonna be the last run for the day. I can't handle it. After 3 hours, it just breaks my soul, to be honest. I might do a 24-hour stream just to beat this game, though, depending on how long it takes. I don't think we'll have to go to that, to be honest, but... Alright. I do have a green screen. I bought a very cheap green screen and basically magneted it to the wall. My dad helped me. It's kind of cool, actually. See, that's why you could see a little bit of it. It's a bit off right now. Because I moved my monitor by accident. There we go. I try to make it look professional, you know? There's a white spot on it. It's showing. Oh, yeah, I got it. Thank you, though. Last run. Let's see what happens. Nice song. We're gonna go back to pink. 37's my lucky number. 37's my lucky number. We're gonna... I feel good about this. Last run of the day. I feel good about this. I feel so good about this. Come on. We're gonna have a legendary. Oh my god! Lugia! Yo, I was just joking. As a Morel? And a Tailo. Pokemon Legends, not Arceus? I called him. What do you mean? Wait. What does Lugia learn, though? Imagine he has no moves and I pick him. I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game so much. I actually hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game. His only move is Whirlwind. Why? His only move is Whirlwind. Oh my god. Like... No, it's not good luck. What's up, Chris? Depending on ability, it's also very good. Yeah, we're gonna have to go with Azumarill. How you doing, Chris? We can't pick Lugia. Because he has no moves, so we can't even beat the first guy. Ugh. I'm naming him 37. Because that's my lucky number. Let's go 37. Jesus, I'm gonna have to verse a Lugia in the future. If he has a move and I was wrong, I'm gonna punch myself in the face. I'm ending stream. Yeah, okay, he just has Whirlwind. Pokemon are randomized, but the rival starter is not. So he's gonna be with a Lugia the whole game. Jesus Christ. I don't remember what it was, but I'm making it 37. I should check it. How you doing, Chris? How's life? Thanks for the good luck. Huge power, let's go. Okay. That's not the worst thing. And we have Water Gun, which is pretty good. He also levels up insanely quick though, which I don't like. What level does he evolve again? Huge power is what is wanted? Oh. Yeah, huge power. He has huge power. Yeah, Tackle's doing quite a bit. Just thinking. You think about Japan and stuff? Bro, lately I've been okay, actually. I thought about it a bit, though. Swallow is so annoying because it makes you sleep. Okay. What level do you evolve? Azumarill is really good, yeah. Especially since we got huge power, like Chi said. Not that good against a Raichu, but... This might be a good run. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. Gonna get the town map. We're gonna get the potion. And we're gonna train to level 12. That shit slaps hard. It should be pretty good here too, though, no? Does anyone know what level it evolves? Okay, Raichus are nothing for us. And he's just a regular water type in this, right? Because he's a water fairy in other gens, but... So if he's only water type, electric grass is the only thing that kills him, which is very good. Okay, we gotta be careful. Oh, it doesn't evolve? I'm such an idiot. I thought he was Meryl for some reason. Right. Well, hopefully he gets some good moves. I mean, Water Pulse is going to be useful, but he's a physical attacker, right? Stop poisoning me. And he never misses the poison gas. Okay. I hope he learns Cut. Just Water Gun him. Jesus. Stupid. Yeah, just water? Okay. 37, bro. The magic number. Oh my god. Tackle might be better than Water Gun. Unless Water Gun is a physical attack. I forget. Oh, I ran away by accident. Onyx is one of the best to go up against because XP and because it's Onyx. Fell asleep. This is what I get for studying 3 hours straight. Damn. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. This is our 37th reset. And after this, we're ending stream. I can't anymore. But yeah. Damn. Aqua Tail, Rollout, Play Rough, and something like Aqua Jet. But he's a physical attacker, right? So Aqua Tail... And that's in this game, right? So that's useful. Oh, I said I would level him up to 12, so let's push. Okay. Good night, Chris. If you want to talk, let me know. I'm down to talk tomorrow, especially. Since right now, it's too late, obviously. Oh, that's for Gen 6? Oh, well. What were you studying, Sai? This game's before physical special slit? What do you mean before the split? I always get confused when you say that because I'm stupid. Oh, Electabuzz would be so annoying to go up against. Ooh, if we got a... Imagine having... The thing is... There's such high... They're so fully evolved that they don't learn anything. Come on, let's go. Nope. Can you stop? Oh my god. Oh, Electabuzz. Okay, alright, cool. Imagine there's more that I could get here and I'm just not realizing. Alright, come on. Let's go. Level 13. Jesus. Just water gun everything. Even a Mareep. There's so many electric Pokemon, I'm scared of the gym now. And grass, what the heck? Let's go. Math, science like about 1 hour because I don't get physics at all. Filipino. Hey, Filipino. How's that going? I forgot you're in the Philippines for a second. I was like, why are you learning Filipino? That's cool. What's TLE? Prior to Gen 4 is that each type was physical or special. It's based on the moves rather than the type. Oh, it was based on the moves, meaning a Pokemon's type. A Pokemon... Wait, what was based on the moves? Yeah, I didn't understand this when you said it earlier as well. I think I'm going to leave him at 14.5. He levels up fairly quickly. I'll defeat Delcatty and then push the gym. Sorry for misunderstanding, Chi. So the EV evolution types, for every move of those types, they were special. Oh. Oh, so each type I have, it's based on the Pokemon right now? So since he's a... What? Each type was physical or special? While water type moves are... Bro, I'm too dumb. Gen 4 and after, it is based on the moves. Oh, the type effectiveness of the moves. Normal type moves are physical. Oh, I see what you mean. So every single normal type move before Gen 4 is physical? You okay, Casper? I don't know if my dog's on it. But then after Gen 4, it depends on the move. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha, okay. You're going down. Ooh, I think he is going down here. Uproar is a bit annoying, but... Hey! Let's go! Rollout! Huh. Let's take out Defense Curl. I love this song. It's from Black Clover. I actually love this song. Na, 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 na. Did someone put it on or did I have it on? Black Clover! And he doesn't learn it. Great. If a move has an evolution, it is special. If a move has a type that hasn't... If a move has a type... Huh? I'm so stupid. If a move has a type that has an evolution, it is special. Oh, so Jolteon is electric, so electric is a special type. Wait, so Vaporeon, so water is special? Wait, that's terrible, because he's an attacker. Is that why you said he's good in Gen 4? I think I'm starting to understand. That sucks. Let's move the level cap up to level 21. 21. Oh, it is from my song. Okay. I think you've secured top airs. Azumarill is still gone. Is it? That's pretty bad. Well, I guess it's still good, but all right. We want you at level 16. I have this whole formula. Oh God. Let's just roll out you. I'm gonna start rollouting everyone. Oh my God. What an annoying Pokemon with Charm. Come on, one more level. Now he's leveling up so slowly. It's weird. Well, they are level 2s. I'm literally, I guess, level 4. Black Clover! Come on. A Flygon? Wait, Rock kills Flygon, right? Nope, it doesn't, because I'm an idiot. He's an ice... He's a ground dragon, right? He's not flying. Ice Dragon Fairy. No shit. Yeah, I don't know. Is it... Yeah, he's dragon. I don't know. I can't believe we had a Lugia. It's so sad. Flygon. I'm just looking at its... I think water is gonna do... Oh, water does fine. Because dragon, I thought it does half with dragon. And then rock will do half. So let's not roll out. It's water gone. Okay. 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 Oh my God. We barely won. Okay, we have to be very careful. 13, 12, 11, 12. Huh? 10, 9, 8. Should I put a potion? I guess this is a good time to test it. But 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh my God, he had 2 life left. Jesus. Let's be careful here. I mean, there's still some hope for the last Pokemon. Thanks for the lurk, but see ya, bro. See you, girl. Why did I roll out? That's why I roll out. Let's go! Let's go! Rollout barely killed it. Oh my God, rollout is so good. Because you're in the top 10, bro. See you, Chi. Ever since I changed up my streaming and I've started streaming less, Less people popped up, I feel. And also, I'm doing Pokemon only, really, so that's changed stuff. Jesus. Your hands on me. Oh my god, that girl's so annoying. Second Pokemon, baby, second Pokemon. What are we getting? A Dragonite! Let's go! Yes! Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Wait, can they learn Cut? Please tell me one of them can learn Cut. Please. Please tell me Dragonite can learn Cut. Please tell me Dragonite can learn Cut. Yes, he can learn Cut! Yes! Oh my god, a good run. This is gonna be a good run. What are we naming him? I'm gonna name him Sai since you're here. Oh my god, a freaking Dragonite. He has Twister and Thunderwave. Okay, he's not even useless. Whoo! Let's go. So we gotta train him up now, all the way back at the beginning, but... Hey, that's right, Sai. Perks of being around. I like this song. The moves is meh? The moves is meh, but it's a freaking Dragonite. Let's see what it learns. So it's gonna learn Dragon Rage at level 22. Always deals 40 damage. Okay. Not the best thing. Learn Slam. Honestly, it's not that good. Does he learn Water Pulse, though? After the second gym, we get Water Pulse. Yes, he does. Okay, so he's not... He's not terrible. I mean, he's still a Dragonite. Ice kills him, but I mean, we're not going to go up against many Ice guys, so that's good. So Ice is 4 times. Rock. Dragon. And that's it. No Fairy in this game. Rock is literally what we just have to worry about, which is kind of cool. Alright. We're going to go all the way to beginning, not to risk death. I will fly. Fire. Oh my god, imagine that person saw me. I always think there's an item here for some reason. There never is. There is an item here. Oh, Deoxys. Oh my god. There is an item here, though. What are we getting? Max Ether. Alright, you know. Can't complain. Not bad, not bad. I can't believe this is the last run and we're getting this lucky. Alright. This is where we change to Sai. Oh my god, Sai. Thank you. Ooh. The one guy that might have a rock move. Let's Twister. Okay, not bad. I think Twister does like 30 damage or something. Oh, that's right. There's a lot of things that are not very effective because he's a dragon. Forgot about that. That's pretty cool. We gotta basically get him up to... Oops, nope. What level? By the way, Sai, if you want, you could put some music on. We gotta get him up a few levels. So, yeah, because they gain 2.5 levels in Mount Moon. Or really, they gain 2 levels in Mount Moon. So 2 levels in Mount Moon. And we need to make sure both are level 19. I was literally just playing Valorant, then I heard you scream Dragonite. Only Ice and Fairy? What, are super effective? No. Ice, Rock, and Dragon kill it. And Fairy. But Fairy is, we don't need to worry about in this game. Unless you were saying something else. Yeah, Dragonite is actually not... Dragonite is so sexy, But he's actually one of my favorite Pokemon. But he's not that good. I mean, he's good. But amongst the, like, uber Pokemon, he's not that crazy. Because he's weak to so much. And Ice literally demolishes him. Good thing is, the least amount of Pokemon in Pokemon games, like, the least amount of Pokemon are Ice Pokemon. Problem is, everyone has Ice Beam, you know? We should be okay in this game, though. Well, Powder Snow could take us out, but... in the second gym, going up against someone who has Powder Snow could be annoying. But we do have 2 Pokemon. Let me put this before I forget. Oops, that was an accident. Oh, I turned it off by accident. Let's put battle on. Rock. Yeah, I guess he's a flying dragon. Yeah, he's flying dragon. That's why. So much kills flying. So ice is double. Ice is double is 4 times because of flying dragon. Obviously, ice kills dragon and flying. Rock kills flying and does normal on dragon. And dragon kills dragon and does normal on flying. So that's the explanations behind those. I don't want to verse the Onyx. He's already a decent level to verse higher level guys, but why risk a death in the wild area? I keep running away by accident when I try to attack. I would like him to get a better move though. Dragon Rage is nice, I guess. Oh, well, he does get water. Does he get water pulse? I don't remember. He could learn cut, which is necessary for the run. Thank God. I'm actually pretty excited to see how this goes. So I gotta be careful of rock and ice and dragon. I gotta remember that. Rock, ice, dragon. Rock, ice, dragon, it's pretty natural to remember. Or not natural, but easy to remember. Azumarill only dies from grass and thunder. So this is actually good coverage too. Because both of our guys die from different stuff. I just realized Sai is a girl. Sorry, Sai. M-Train, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, there it is. When I come up, I was supposed to say, thanks for the follow. But it didn't work, so I said it right now. 37th run, and we got a freaking Dragonite. Things are looking not that bad. We're going to push him to level... What level did I say? Around 17. 17. I think we're going to push him to level 17. And then push Mount Moon. Why no TTS? Ah. There you go. I heard it. It literally went... Because it was too... Yeah, I feel bad for you. Well, I'm gonna give you points back. I feel bad. That was literally... Like, you could not hear that. That was funny, though. Yeah, I'm gonna give you points back for that one. It did make the sound, though. It literally went... You just had to make it a longer TTS. That's funny. Did I ran out of... Yeah. Wow, Rap did more than I expected. Yeah, let's go heal up. Just to swallow? Oh. I mean, if you heard it, it's fine. By the way, M-Train, if you're still here, and if you'd like to, you could put your own music. Or Sai, of course. Q, or anyone else. You're more than welcome to put your own music. There's so much speeding up, I just figured letting people put music is worth it here. Oh, this run is looking very good, though. I'm very happy about this run. Because we have a guy who could learn Cut, which is very important, because we can't catch any Pokemon. And we have a freaking Dragonite. And we have Azumarill with big whatever it is, so his attack is boosted. So, it's looking good. I'm also going to go to the other area to start training now. Because Dragonite is pretty strong. And yeah, I'm feeling good about it. We'll first train a little here. They're around the same level, but they're a little... Actually, that's worse. What the heck? Why are the Pokemon worse there? Ooh, I almost ran into the trainer. I gotta be careful here. Marshtomp is good to go up against. No, but also yes. Oh, welcome back, Chi. Azumarill is Fairy, but not in this game because Fairy wasn't introduced until Gen 6? Gen 7? Definitely not introduced in Diamond and Pearl, which is Gen 4. Maybe Gen 5 it was introduced? I don't remember. Deoxys! Die. Deoxys actually tanked a Twister. Not like Twister is that strong, but... Yeah, it's better to train here. He goes up higher. We got 3 more. Na 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 na. There we go. 1 more and we should be good. To heal up again. I want him to learn another move already though. Lamo still survived. Oh, Gen 6? Oh, I was right then. It was Gen 6. Yeah, that makes sense. Because like Gen 4... Like Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3 is Hoenn. Gen 4 is Diamond and Pearl, Sinnoh. And then it kind of just blurs in my mind sometimes, but... Gen 5 was black and white Gen 5? Or am I like stupid? Teo. I don't remember. And then Sun and Moon? Nah, that sounds so wrong in my head. Sun and Moon was... Sword and Shield was Gen 8. Sun and Moon was before that. Ultra Sun and Moon, no? Or Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon was Gen 7? Maybe I was right. Gen 5 is black and white. Oh, I was right, yeah. So Gen 5 is black and white. Gen 6 is... Gen 6 is not Sun. Oh, Gen 6 is X and Y. Gen 7 is Sun and Moon. And Gen 8 is Sword and Shield, yeah? I think that's right. Kalos is Gen 6. Gen 5 is Unova, which is New York. Let's go. New York. Woo woo. Since I'm here, I guess. Okay. I don't know how fast Dragonite levels up. But... I have to be very careful here. I might level him up to 17 and then push the Mount Moon. I think that's fine. What do you think, guys? What do you think, Chi? Let's go get some more pee-pee. Pee-pee time! Kalos is Gen 6. Gen 5 is Unova. Yeah, Kalos is X and Y, right? Yeah, the regions I think I remember, but... Do you live in the city of New York? Yes, I live in Brooklyn, New York. Very close to Manhattan, which people consider like the center of New York. But I live in the city of New York in one of the boroughs. There's 5 boroughs, like different areas. Manhattan is like the place that everyone goes to, but I live in Brooklyn. Gen 6 is X and Y equals Chaos. Oh, okay, so I was right. So Gen 5 is black and white, then X and Y, then Sun and Moon, then Sword and Shield. Okay. Let's not verse this guy. Things are looking good. Why is the last run of the day always a great run? I shouldn't jinx it, but this is looking like a good run. All depends if who could beat the rival. And the second gym. The second gym I'm not too worried about. I live in New York, New York. Yes, well, technically I live in Brooklyn, New York, New York State. Because New York, New York is considered like Manhattan. Okay, let me not verse anyone extra here. We're gonna go in with Dragonite first. I'm not too worried because it's a freaking Dragonite. But I guess theoretically I should be a little bit concerned. But this girl's so annoying. Move. Go away. Look at her. She's just standing there. Go away. Bro. Oh my god. She versus you if you don't... She legit versus you if she just sees you, so... Gen 7 Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon equals Alola. Yeah. I was right. Let's go. Oh, I should have bought antidotes and stuff. Whatever. It's only 2 guys. 3 guys. Galar. Yep. The order of the games is a different story, though. Alright, what TM are we gonna get? What TM? Something for Dragonite? Thief. Wow, useless. It seems like the game doesn't give me crazy TMs in the beginning, usually. We did get Bullet Seed that one run, though, which is not bad. Oh, I almost screwed up here. We're gonna go here. And there's 2 items here. Experience share, let's go! Oh my god. That is so good. Ooh, Sai could learn Rock Tomb. I don't know if I want to teach it to him, but... Kyogre? Ugh. No thanks. Antidote. Okay, that's useful. Bad player? We're doing well now, though. What's up here, that? We're getting really lucky. We're doing really well. Look at this. I think this is our last run for the day. And it's going really well. I'm thinking to teach Rock Tomb to Sai. And you know what? I will. Because it's going to be a while till we get our 3rd Pokemon. Wrap could be useful. I'd rather take Leer out. Thunder Wave could be useful too. We are forced to teach him Cut soon. But I might as well. I thought you were calling me. Oh, no. Sorry. This is because I named him Sai. Oh, this run is... I don't want to jinx it. I keep saying it because I'm feeling so good about this run. I'm going to save it just in case I make a really dumb mistake. And I'm just like, let's forget that happened. Like running into this trainer. Hey! We only need to verse 2 train... I already know Mount Moon by the back... I could speedrun this game. No, probably not. Only the first gym. Until the 2nd gym. Timer ball, useless, but no worries. We got a freaking experience share, which I didn't put on anyone. Right? We got soft sand, useless. Yeah, we'll give it to our starter, just because I feel like Sai levels up quickly. I don't know. Gen 3. God damn it. Why does Twitch ignore pressing enter? Yeah, I don't know. Twitch is dumb like that. Remakes and Gen 3 equals Kanto remake. Gen 4 equals Johto remake. Gen 6 equals Hoenn remake. Gen 7 equals Kanto. Gen 8... Ooh, that's right. Let's Go is considered a main game. That's true. Gen 8 equals Sinnoh remake. That's so cool to think of. So, oh my god. So Gen 9 is going to come up next, yeah? Following the pattern. I can't wait for a new gen, to be honest. Even though I don't know all the Pokemon from the newest gens that well. But, you know, it's just the excitement of Pokemon. I'm pretty excited for Diamond and Pearl, though. Brilliant Diamond or whatever. I haven't played those games in a minute. Alright, this is where I'm going to save because I consider it stupid if I screw this up. And it could ruin the whole run, so... Oh my god. Whew, that was scary. We're fine, though. So no need. A Raikou. Huh. Now that he has Rock Tomb, he's a bit more viable. And honestly, like, our starter isn't that good viable move-wise, so we should be okay here. We might get Kanto remake in Gen 9. We'll have to wait till Gen 10 for Gen 5 remake. Bruh, I don't care about Gen 5 remake, to be honest. BDSP money grubbing trashes. What is BDSP? Kanto is the real money grab? They're all money grabs. But listen, we keep buying it, so. Alright, I'm gonna Rock Tomb here. If he has a rock move, though, it could be really scary. Let's go! Let's go, Sai. Let's go. I think Rock Tomb is super effective on Fam... Nope, I'm an idiot. Suku! We'll just Twister you. I'll just Twister you again. Perfect! Oh my god, this is so good. This run is going so well. I always forget Pseudo-Udo is just ground, right? Is he just ground? He dies to grass fighting ground, water, steel. I could change to water gun him, but I'm assuming dragon will do fine. Yeah. He flinched. Oh my god. What's the ability of Azumarill? The best ability, baby. Huge power. Yep. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Although we might get Kanto remake in Gen 9. Well, that's not Gen... Oh, you consider that a new gen? But it's technically it's not a new gen. It's just like the remake is not a new gen. It's still 4th gen game. No. Wait, why did he? Oh my god! Dragon is actually super good here. Let's go! Get out of my face, Rayquaza. Oh. No! He had Twister. Oh, that's hilarious. Let's go. And a Golem. Golem could be a bit scary here. I think I'm going to change that. Oh, you're level 19, though. I don't like that. I don't know why I put the thing on you. Okay, we're fine here. Maybe I shouldn't have put experience share here. That was kind of dumb. This red is fake. No. I knew Pseudo is rock. I knew that. I'm saying we'll probably get another Kanto remake. I don't know. Maybe. Gen means game style, even though Fire Red is technically first region. It's still Gen 3. Yeah. Which is kind of weird to me. But it's still Gen 1 poke. Well, yeah, it's Gen 3. Alright, so... How much? He's almost level 20. I'm actually going to take his XP share. And we're going to go, for the second gem, we're going to go straight in with Psy. I mean, with Dragonite. Leftovers? Yo, this run is beast! Are you kidding me? Let's go! It's like the best item I could get. One of the best items. Aside from power up for type moves. Modest Azumarill. Yeah, he is modest. How'd you know he was modest? Did you know that, or you're just saying that? I'm pretty sure he is modest. Yeah, he is modest. But listen, he has huge power, so it is what it is, I guess. Sunny day, okay. Now, if we got Ice Beam or something, that would have been sexy. I just hope for Gen 12, instead of remaking Gen 6, they'll finish the story. I mean, how many games are incomplete, would you say? I think Sword and Shield is the shortest game of any Pokemon game. But yeah, I guess you could say that's incomplete in a way. But then the DLC makes it complete. They should have just waited. They milked us out of money. I haven't bought the DLC yet, but... Alright, so here... It's actually hard. I might want to train him to 8... I might just want to go in with Psy at level 18. You know what? Let's do it. He has leftovers. I believe in him. You have shown its ability? Oh, you pay attention here, buddy. Shh. You need explosion, OP Nuzlocke move. Yeah. Self-destruct, am I right? Oh, this is scary. X1 is just empty feelings. It feels like there's so much more planned. I don't really remember those games that much, to be honest. I grew up more with Leaf Green and Emerald. Probably why I'm playing those first. You're going down, Misty! I hope. Anorith. Okay. Anorith has a rock move, possibly. He dies to water and... Oh, he dies to rock, too? What is he, a bug? He's a bug rock. That's why he dies to rock. My type effectiveness is pretty decent now, though, here, Dot. I remember a good amount. Yes, let's go. Yeah, to be honest, Destiny Bonds is so bad for me. Ninjask. Wait, isn't Rock 2 super effective on Ninjask too? Ninjask is super fast, though. Let's go, because he's a flying boy. And then Alpha Sapphire. My brother grew up with Alpha Sapphire. It's one of his favorite games. Or a Mega Ruby. Whatever. I'm so happy. Oh my god, no. I'm so happy about that, because that's an amazing game to grow up with. And it's pretty much like an Emerald, you know? Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god, guys. Best run in a while. Definitely best run of the day. Oh my god. I was thinking that could have been annoying, the Ninjask's, because he double teamed or whatever on me. Oh. Yeah, Destiny Bound is annoying. I have both copy and I've completed Emerald on top of that. Cool. You can't satisfy people; they're too nostalgic and don't. I like Sword and Shield, to be honest. I do like that game. Oh my god, this is perfect because the level cap is 24 also. This is so good, guys. This is actually really good. We're also gonna teach water. We're gonna teach water pulse to 37. What do you guys think? Should we teach water pulse then? Water is special regardless of what move it is, right? So I could replace water gun with water pulse and it would make sense, right? Let's go. I'm learning. Well, they've only remade Kanto twice, right? Well, technically with Heart Gold, Soul Silver 3 times, but alright, I'm gonna replace water gun. Because I have stab damage too. That's why I didn't give it to Sai. Also, Sai is forced to learn Cut. And yeah, he's going to learn Dragon Rage soon, I think. So, Lurk. Alright, see you later. Thanks for the lurk. This is like the best run of the day. Let's go. Let's go. Please don't jinx it. Please. Please die. Numel, okay. Numel is poo-poo. He's a poopy guy. I think he dies to... Oh, he dies to ground and water. We're gonna Twister him. See how much Twister does. Even though Rock Tomb's probably better. Okay. Ooh, he flinched. Let's go. That's why I said to stay lower leveled. Yeah, it's just scary to be lower leveled. Let's go. With the Dragonite, it's not as scary, but... Oh my god. You're calling me wild. I'm sorry, Sai. I'm sorry. You should feel very happy though. This might be the actual last run. We're definitely gonna get far, so it's gonna be on YouTube, and you're gonna be famous. His name is Saichi. Gotcha. Work on math. Work on math. Oh, that's shortcut. Yeah. Okay. Okay. A Butterfree. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, this is beautiful. This is actually beautiful, guys. What's next? Porygon. I honestly don't know what kills Porygon. Is Porygon like psychic? Porygon's such a weird Pokemon. Fighting kills it. Oh, so it's normal. We'll just Twister you. Hi, YouTube. Wait, I won't say it. Won't. People won't see you saying hi though. Let's go. Because it's on the main screen. You can't see chat on this screen. Lol. Lugia, I forgot that's a starter. Oh my god. Thank god we have a Dragonite at least to counteract it in some way. Dark, Ice, Electric, Ghost, Rock. So Rock Tomb should theoretically do quite a bit right now. That's his highest level guy too, I think. Oh god. He's not gonna have an Ice Rock or Dragon move, right? Safeguard. Oh, he only has Safeguard and he only has Safeguard and Whirlwind at level 18. Because at level 11 he learns Safeguard. And he doesn't learn a good move, like, I don't think he learns any move until like level 20 something. Yeah, you see? Let's go. I'm just gonna Water Pulse you, even though it doesn't make sense to. Yeah, Whirlwind me out. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Oh, that was so good. And it splits XP, so Sai doesn't get too much XP, I think. Okay, they're both level 20s. That's actually perfect, I think. Jesus. Imagine he had a Lugia in the beginning. Imagine he had a Lugia in the actual game. That would be crazy. Oh my god, things are looking so good. Alright, now, because we so luckily got an XP share, I'm gonna put the XP share on our boy here. And kind of let Sai just sweep. Because he also has leftovers, and he's a freaking Dragonite. Okay, we got White Herb. I don't really know what that does, but... Okay. Now remember, guys, level cap is 24. Let's go. Let's Twister you. Because why not? Let's Twister you. Rock Tomb misses, which was why I don't like using it. Why did I use Rock Tomb there? Easy, baby. I'm happy if I don't have to level up much from these guys. I don't think... Oh my god! Okay, we're changing out. Oh my god, that could have been really bad. Let's Water Pulse you. Water Pulse barely did anything. Oh! No! Wait! What is... Ghost Dark Flying Fire Rock. Oh, thank god. Yo. You know, if you don't have super effective on him, you can't kill him. Let me sweep the whole game. You are... I think you're literally gonna sweep the whole game, bro. Okay, I got... Oh! Oh, he has 31 life. Jesus. I don't know which games they die and which games they just stay at level 1. I probably should know. Oh, look, when you could catch Mewtwo. The guy's waiting there. That's cool. Okay, Ice is actually kind of scary. Anything with wings, Rock Tomb it. He'll have Psychic moves, and he's dead. Okay, I want sucky Pokemon to have... I don't want a Latios. Because it gives too much XP. We don't want XP. We want sucky Surskits. Okay? Alright, we're doing good. We're doing good. This is actually... I'm super excited. I used to say Rayquaza is my favorite Pokemon, but honestly, I forgot about Dragonite. I really love Dragonite. The only thing that makes me not like him that much is... Oh, you're level 22. Is the fact that Dragonite is the fact that he dies by ice like crazy. He has a bit too many things that kill him. All right, we're gonna take this from him. We're gonna get this. What? Oh, I thought that said Ice Beam. Oh, Solar Beam. Oh my god, I was about to go crazy, bro. Jesus. Did you hear that? What? Alright, we're gonna save here in case I do a stupid thing. If I do stupid things, I allow myself to take it back, because I'm an idiot. Alright. I have to verse this guy. Can you not miss your Rock Tombs? You know what? Just Twister. Just Twister. Okay, I have to pass this guy, okay? This is what I'm saving for. I have to pass him. He's a spinner. Now, from my understanding, I could go to bag and then go out. And that somehow worked. I'll take it. I'll take it, baby. Oh my god, yes. Keep giving me sucky Pokemon. This guy has... You scared the living shit out of me. I'm sorry. I get too excited. I thought you got something good again. No, I don't get another Pokemon until after the 3rd gym, I think. Jesus. Another Latios, boy. Dragon Rage. Let's go. So... Wait, I've never realized this before. Did you guys ever know this? Dragon Rage kind of sucks. I know that there are moves that could lower the amount of attack you do. Like, if you leered me, then Twister would be less powerful, and Dragon Rage would still do 40 attack. But it only does 40. And this can make you flinch. Unless I'm missing something. Inflicting 40 HP, does that equal 40 power? Yeah. It just does 40. I could take out Wrap, but Wrap could technically be useful. Because if Wrap goes for more than 3 turns... then it does 45 damage, but it's not that useful. No matter what you are, except Dairy. You know what? We'll take out Wrap. Maybe I shouldn't have, but... let's Rock Tomb. I'll just Dragon Rage here. I mean, it does have... He has a dragon type, right? So it does have stab, so... Oh, fairy? I thought you were joking around. No matter what you are, except fairy. Thankfully, there is no fairy this game. Okay, last Pokemon I have to verse here. Last trainer I have to verse for until Team Rocket. And then, well, we have to verse a few more trainers, but things are looking good. I have to stop saying it. I'm going to jinx myself. But, yeah. Let's see how this goes. A Swampert. I probably... Ooh, Dragon Rage did a lot more than I expected. Why is this music, like, not loud at all? Oh, this is one of the songs I have on. It was, like, barely loud. I love this song. You're a psychic boy or girl. Yes, keep giving me sucky Pokemon. Guys, this run is... I was joking, like, 37 is my lucky number. And so far, this run is just beautiful. Okay. So what we have to do now, we have to verse a Team Rocket member. We have to verse a Team Rocket member. I'm so excited. We have to verse a Team Rocket member. We have to verse a camper person. And we have to verse our rival. And then we get caught. We teach it to Dragonite, I'll say, so I don't say his name. And then we have to verse the third gym. Now, if we could take out the third gym, we would get the furthest we ever gotten, okay? If we take out the third gym, we could actually get more Pokemon, and tomorrow's stream is going to be insanely fun. Like, just insanely fun. I think. It's actually gonna be hard because we'll have a level cap of 29 after the third gym. Wait, no, we have a level cap of 29 right now. What? Oh no, we have a level cap of 24. We're gonna have a level cap of 29, so it's gonna be a bit tricky again. But we're gonna have another guy to train, so that might make up for it, depending on. We'll see how it goes. Oh my god. That's the next guy we have to verse, the Team Rocket boy. Let's just heal up. I was here, let's go. You're literally here in the game right now. Alright. He gives us Dig after we beat him. A Salamence. Let's Dragon Rage you. I'm so happy I got Leftovers, bro. Guys, like, Leftovers is so good. I'll just Twister you. Okay, so 37 levels up really quickly. Oh my god. Wait, why are they leveling up so quickly? I don't like this. He's almost level 24. Good job on having not died yet. The layout hasn't updated. Thank you. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it doesn't, but thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. It should update now. See you, Chi. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow with a good run. With the same run. Alright. Here we just run. And we make this run. Look how fast that was. Go up here. And here we verse one trainer. Oh! Not that one. That would have been bad. This one. Okay. And Rock Tomb. Let's go. And now all we have to do is verse the verse our starter. Unless you jinx it and die. True. I think the scariest thing here is not dying. Well, it's possible against the rival right now. But what's really scary is dying to is over leveling. That's just really scary. What I mean by I'll be going is I'll lurk because I'm not losing my top powers. Okay. You do you. I'm gonna save the game here in case I don't know, it gets corrupted or something. I'm getting too excited. Even though obviously I can't restart. Alright, we'll just do this. We're back, sub. And you're going down, I hope. Okay, okay. You got a nose pass. Dies to steel, ground, fighting, water, and grass. I might change out, actually, here. We'll change out to 37. Yeah, Lugia is a bit scary as well. I'll change out for the water pulse, essentially. Your hair. Do you remember the days of pink versus sub to me? Yeah, now it's sub. Alright, let's water pulse you. Let's go. Oh. Water pulse. Let's go. Now it's all about Pong versus sub. I know, right? I don't know if I named him Ping this time, though. Let's go. Who's next? Don't be Lugia. Don't be Lugia. Nidoqueen. Ooh, perfect. Water pulse. One more water pulse and we should be good here. Now, Lugia is a bit scary. I might no, I don't think I'll water pulse. He's getting a bit high. Latios? What the hell? I don't want to do this, but we're going to have to change into Psy. Sorry, Psy. Ooh, he was using Psy Wave and he missed. I thought he would use Twister or something. Let's go with Dragon Rage. We'll just spam Dragon Rage and then we'll be good against the Lugia, I think. Memento. What does that do again? My attack harshly fell? Jesus. But he kills himself? Oh god. That could actually be bad. No. Psy, do not level up. Stop it. Oh, he learns Bubble Beam. It's better than Water Pulse. Let's take out Tail Whip for now. Oh my god, I forgot to take out the XP share, didn't I? Shit. I think we'll be okay here, though. Oh my god. Do you not get an egg anywhere in this game? I don't remember, actually. I don't remember, to be honest. Lugia dies to Rock. Oh, he still doesn't have any moves. I think he gets moves level 22. So we could spam Rock to him right now. The next time we verse him is going to be very scary, though. No, don't use Whirlwind. We don't want him to evolve. We could technically roll out spam. Yes. Oh, I'm so lucky. Oh, he didn't evolve, thank god. Get out of here, sub! That was so scary. He has a freaking Lugia. That Lugia is gonna be scary. Okay, he's halfway to 25. Jesus. Let's get cut. Oh. Jesus. Wait, I didn't have XP share. Why did he get XP? Oh, because I switched him out. You mean level up? Yeah. If he levels up, it's over. Let's teach cut to Psy. I guess we'll take out Twister. It seems like Dragon Rage feels like it does more. I might be dumb for doing this, but... Cut! Probably could have taken out Thunder Wave, but Thunder Wave could be very useful. Let's save in case I'm an idiot for now. Thank Not God for having a cut Pokemon. I know, right? Okay. Jesus. The moment of truth. Okay. We're forced to we might actually overlevel here. Because I think we're forced to verse at least one trainer here. Difference is, I'm actually going to save this time. Not to screw up, okay? Okay. This is very nerve-wracking. This is very nerve-wracking. Come on. Oh my god, there's no trash. Watch it be in here. Oh. Let's see if this actually works. Oh, oh, it worked. Okay, the first one is gone. Oh my god. Oh my god, it resets again. That's right. Damn it. This is so nerve-wracking. Really? Really? No trash? Oh, you do indeed have to verse the one trainer. It should say nope. There's only you here. Let's verse him. Because if we have to kill him with Psy anyway, so. I'm very I thought he would explosion. Oh, okay, thank God. Okay, we're good. We're barely good. We survived. Oh my god. Oh, that feels so good. Oh, I have to save this. I have to save this file. Okay. Bring to the game calling you trash. Oh. I didn't catch that because I'm too freaking scared here. Does this even work? That was an accident. Nope. I don't care. I don't care. That's not counting. That's not counting. I'm too much of an idiot. No, I'm not losing this sexy run to that, okay? Okay. Let's go heal up. You can probably take the XP anyway. True, but then I have to level 29. And let's just say I have to verse a bunch more trainers before getting to before being able to get more Pokemon. So before getting to Celadon City. So I don't want to spend any extra XP that I don't need to. I love this song. This is one of my favorite anime openings. It's just so good. It's from Magi. If you keep going in and out, will it like do new? Hey. No, I didn't mean to press it. I didn't mean to press it twice. God damn it. He's an expert. God damn it. I wonder if it works if you just... I think the second one has to be near it. It does new every time you fail. I don't know about going in and out though. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. Oh my god. Does this work, just going into the bag? Oh, it does. It does seem like it works. Come on. Oh my god, where is it? There we go. No, I don't mean to click it twice! Jesus Christ! I'm such an idiot! Oh, this Josh ends directly next to it. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought you only had to go in the menu. I don't know. I feel like you need to go into bag, because when I go into menu, it feels like it doesn't work. Okay. Look away. There we go. Oh. God damn it. Like to the set a save state? I already did. We're good. Oh, like right... Oh, like after the first one to do it? Oh, that's smart. Yeah, I don't know why I keep doing this over and over. That's kind of cheating, though. I don't mind cheating if I make a mistake, but that I feel like is... What? Jesus, that literally... I'm doing this wrong. It must be that I'm doing this wrong, right? Ugh, now I have to go heal him again. I could just wait for them to turn around, I guess. This whole gym is unfair. It's all random. Yeah, I think it's one of the worst things for, I don't know why the next song's not playing. I think it's one of the worst things. Oh, that was your song that wasn't playing. Age restricted, only available on YouTube. Why is it age restricted? The song Yoasobi is always age restricted for some reason. Yeah, I think for speedrunners, it's one of the most annoying gyms. It's annoying for me. I know that much. Okay, we're gonna save right here. Thank God I thought to save this time. If there are English lyrics that make more sense. Oh, is this the one where it goes left and right here? Bro, I understand this song because I know Japanese. It's not, yeah, I figured. I started listening and I was like, oh, I guess not. Let's go. So I'm assuming the next one is not the top one. I'm gonna save. I'm assuming it's the left one. Yep, I was right. I'm gonna do what you said. I don't care. Oh, he does. What? Was it not there? It was literally this one. It was the down one? Oh my god. Yeah, it was the bottom one. I'm gonna save again. This is so... Thank God I could save. If you want, we can skip this and turn this separate or something. Nah, it's okay. You could put both on if you would like. I don't care. Oh my god, finally. Jesus. You're going down! You're going down, bro! Whew! We're gonna put Dragonite up first. You're going down, Surge. Dunsparce. Nice, you finished your math. Now you can watch yourself own. Okay, I'm gonna look it up because I'm not gonna take risks. I know Dunsparce sucks, but I'd rather kill it. It's just a normal guy. Okay, well. Let's go with Dragon. Hey, Cortez, what's up? This is the furthest I've gotten. Actually, is it? No, I don't think it's the furthest I've gotten. I think I got to the Celadon City. But I played stupidly. I think Suicune Run was the furthest I got. This is definitely the second furthest. Complex, rational, algebraic expression is so effing confusing. How you doing, Cortez? And we're just gonna Dragon Rage here. Okay. Glare. You paralyzed me, bro? That's actually really annoying. Oh, he failed his Yawn because I'm paralyzed. What an annoying Pokemon. Dunsparce equals flinch hacks? Nah, it's easy, Sai. It's easy. Just multiply the numerator by a complex conjugate. Yeah, what Cortez said. Next Pokemon, don't be crazy. Wailord. Huh. I'm gonna Thunder Wave him. He has a rollout? Ugh. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, we got the Thunder Wave out, which is very good. Because Rollout is very bad to go up against. I think he's just a water type, so... I'm not sure what to do here, to be honest. I'm gonna go for a Dragon Rage and hope he misses the Rollout. Why aren't you missing Rollout? Okay, the next Rollout wouldn't kill me anyway, so it's okay. I think he has like a 5 or 10% chance to miss. And then we do have... But it gets exponentially stronger, right? Please miss Wailord, please. Ooh. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. How unlucky is this? 37, don't die by Rollout. He has one more Pokemon. What? He didn't miss one Rollout. Should I take a risk and roll out him? I'm gonna take a risk and roll out him into his next Pokemon. And just hope it works. Jesus, he's super potioned. That might be good. Super potion might be perfect. Oh, rollout barely didn't. He full healed. Jesus. Let's go. Rollout, kill him. Let's go. Please don't miss the next rollout. No matter what Pokemon it is. Don't miss the next rollout. Don't miss. Oh, it's a Cyndaquil. Yes! 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 Oh my god, that was so close. We survived with both of them. Oh my god. Yo, guys. Oh my god. We get Shockwave too. Oh. Ooh, Sai could learn Shockwave. You know what? Let's just teach it to him. So he has more moves. Whew, let's go. We need to keep cut on him. Thunderwave actually didn't do anything there. Shockwave does 60 damage. It's actually the highest power. We might want to not yet, but Jesus, it would be good coverage. Yeah. I just don't know what the next Pokemon we're gonna get is. So now you can stack up damage. Yeah, I was scared if rollout missed. That would have been scary. I got the kill chi. Oh my god. It's been so long. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got 3 badges. Oh my god. Level cap increases to 29. Why does this keep screwing up? Alright. There you go. I'm literally versatile. You are. I wonder what you'll get. Is the next one Eevee? You might be right. Yeah, the next one's Eevee, but it's in Celadon. Or is it in Vermilion? Is it in Vermilion? And I'm being wrong? Oh, thank god they're healed. I could skip this song if you want. That was my song, but you know, it's fine. That's so cool. If you listen with one ear, it's English. The other, it's Japanese. Oh my god, I'm so happy, guys. Eevee's in Celadon, yeah. Celadon's quite a while away. And 37 levels up, like, insanely quick. Which I don't really like. Okay. So. I get to use a new paper for once. Maybe this is the furthest we got. I feel like with Suicune we got further, though. Alright, let's get the old rod. Wait, we don't need the old rod. Let's pick up the bike voucher here. One of them give. I don't think this guy gives it. Oh, he gives it. We got the bike voucher. You're not new. Hey, you like the music? I love seeing the emotes. It makes me feel so like, oh. All right. According to what I wrote down here, we're gonna go up around three levels before being able to reach Celadon, essentially, which isn't too bad. We should be okay. I hear Japanese more, but I'm a lefty, so maybe my left ear is better. That makes no sense. That sounded so stupid. I don't know. I hear the Japanese better. It's actually tricking with my. It's playing with my head right now. God damn. All right, where's Route 9? It's been so long, I forgot. All right, this is Diglett. This is Route 11. We don't need to push Route 11. I think we have to go back here. I don't remember if that guy gives me anything, but I don't think he does. All right, let's not verse her. Let's not verse her. Okay, we're good. Actually, I don't even think we need to... Do we need to go up this? Oh, we don't have T, so we can't push that yet. I don't know how does that relate. Okay, Sai, showing off. Well, which one do you hear more? Definitely Japanese. I hear Japanese more. Maybe... Yeah, I guess English is quieter. flip my headset? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh, wait, it does make sense. Okay, I can't hear anything now. I hear a broken mix. It's the same? It's the same loudness, you think? Hey, let's get a bike. Let's go. Let's go. Give me that bike, baby. I hear the Japanese more, but it sounds wonky. It sounds like the English is louder, maybe? Yeah, I think the English might be louder. You know what? Let's just teach him Shockwave. But then if we get an electric Pokemon that has no electric move, I think it's okay to teach him. What should we take out for Shockwave? Dragon Rage is actually very useful. Rock Tomb could be useful. I guess we'll take out Thunder Wave. It's the only thing that makes sense. Okay, we heal up here. I don't think I needed to heal up, but I think we get Dig. Oh no, we already got Dig. I think we have access to this now. I think this is Route 9, yep. Okay, so in Route 9, we have to verse the first trainer. Ooh, has Dragon Rage you. Oh, this could be bad. Let's Shockwave you. Ooh, I thought he was gonna Powder Snow me or something. Probably smarter to Rock Tomb here, but Aggron. Dragon Rage? Headbutt. Dragon Rage is pretty good. Let's go get our PP back up. And the broken mana that makes it hard to figure out what is exactly. Yeah, I do that if I listen real hard. No community games tonight. But I'm going to start streaming weekends so we could do different types of games. No community games tonight because I don't know. I'm going all in on this. We got pretty far. Baruto music. Let's go. I fear it will happen if I go to Japan and only speak Japanese for a long time. Nah, that won't happen, bro. Girl, it won't happen. You won't forget your English. Trust me. Oh, God. Hail. I shouldn't have jumped here. Alright. I'm saving. Every time there's a spinner, I save. Okay. Oh, that was scarier than... That wasn't as scary as I thought. Okay, here we have to go straight. We go all the way straight, then we push upwards, and there should be one Pokemon that we're forced to... One trainer we're forced... This trainer. Yeah. I think we could just Dragon Rage our way through everything here. Oh, he Anchored me. We're going to use Antidote here. I'm not going to roll the way back. I'm too invested, exactly. You're never disappointed? Oh, that's so sweet. I always feel like I disappoint you if it's not, but... Okay, cool. I don't know why. Okay, let's Antidote him. I don't think we have to... I don't think we can verse him. Maybe if he gets close enough, we verse him. So I'm going to save just in case, because I'm a loser. And yeah, we're just going to ignore him. And we don't have to verse her. Okay, here... Here, I think we could literally just push... We could just push through. I antidoted kind of for no reason, but whatever. Here it's all dark. Okay, I actually don't remember this part. I have the map here, but I don't remember where the first ladder is. There's also there's two floors on this. I think that this is... Yeah, okay, I got it right. There should be an item all the way down there. There we go. What are we getting? An iron, okay. We're forced to verse a trainer here. So we'll do that. Wait, maybe we didn't need to verse this person? Am I an idiot? Wait, we might have not had to verse this trainer. Wake up! Oh no, I think we had to verse this trainer. Yeah. Of course I play. Modern Warfare 3 is my favorite Call of Duty ever. I love Modern Warfare 3. I Prestige Master there. Okay, so here... Well, here's pretty straightforward. There's literally only one way. This is the way. Okay. Oh, we went through that ladder real quick. Nandama. I freaking love this song. Where is this ladder? Oh, I see. There should be a trainer right here. I think he might be a spinner, and he might not be a spinner. We're just gonna spin. Ooh. I think we just passed him. Wait, I'm in the wrong area. Yo, this stuff is so confusing. This is actually super duper confusing. I don't know which ladder I'm in. What the heck? What's the same song playing? Oh no, it's just that. Oh, it is the same. Did you put the same song that was just playing, Chi? It's a lower volume though. So I'll just put mine back because it's louder. Do you remember the game mode Infected? Yes! That was fun with people. Isn't Baku like some Shinto god? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know where this is. I'm actually scared where I am. I don't want to screw up. Okay. Where's my ladder? Ooh, I know where this is now. Okay, no, there's no trainer here. I know where this is. Because of the rock smash rock. I have to go all the way down and then to the left. There should be a guy here. Yep. Inevitable psychic boy. Bye-bye. Okay, you're a bit too high of a level. Let's go 37. Okay, here it becomes a bit tricky. I think we have to we have to verse this girl. Never mind. We'll have to still verse a few trainers. I thought yours was kind of different. Oh, mine is the version. So in every opening, they have versions that people make, and then for the opening of a thing, and then they have versions for just the actual song. You know? Yeah, I think we have to verse her. Yep. Unknown, get out of here. Ooh. I might have to change to Psy here. Oh, God! Jesus. What do I do? I think Rollout's my only... Oh, thank God he didn't Dragon Breath. You have Dragon Breath already at those levels. That's so scary. I almost died. Okay, we're good though. Yeah, it could have been a different version. My bad then. Baka are Japanese supernatural beings. Devour nightmares. Oh, cool. They're created by the spare pieces that were left over when the gods finished creating all other animals. Cool. You did get your answer. We don't have Disney Plus here in the Philippines. They're releasing it soon. Nice. They're adding Infected to Cold War? Jesus, I have to stop reading backwards. Shit, that's sick. Oh my God, I should have gotten... Do I have a Paralyze Heal? Please tell me I have a Paralyze Heal. I really don't want to go all the way back just for a Paralyze Heal. It heals one type. I only have... I did buy an escape rope, right? I didn't buy an escape rope this run. Alright guys, you guys are gonna hate me. I'm gonna go all the way back. I'm sorry. I'm not risking this run. I'm not risking this run. This run is too good. I've risked too many runs. Nandamo. Thankfully, we could speed up, so it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, we're already out of there. You have class? Sheesh! Alright. Thanks for the lurk. You should probably read top down. I'll help you with context to things. Yes. I instinctually read bottom top. But if I miss more than like one message, then it gets really fuzzy. Wait, can I push back? Can I push back this way? Or do I have to verse another guy if I push back? Let me see. Okay, this is your version. I guess we'll just leave it on. It looks like I'll be screwed. Shit. Well, okay, at least I healed up. So my guys are all full health. That's good. This is your song now. It's too low though, unfortunately, but okay. Wait, what the heck? Where's the guy? Or the whammon? Or whatever. What the heck? I got lost. I need flash. Oh no, I didn't get lost. I went the right way and I didn't even notice. I think this is the right way. Yeah. I guess what comes around goes around. True. Oh, the song's so low. It's making me mad. There we go. Now it's louder. I love this song. Okay. Ugh! What do you mean can't escape? What the hell? Oh my god, 37, you're too slow. Jesus. Well, I have to go back? I'm not going all the way back again. I'm giving him experience share. I can't. Oh my god. That's actually frustrating. Oh god. That was so bad. Imagine losing to freaking wild Pokemon. Yeah, it was like the best Pokemon. To be fair, Baruto didn't have many openings. Okay. So we have to verse... Oh, we don't need to verse this guy. I think we could skip him if we're all the way here. Yeah, we skipped him. Okay, here's where it gets tricky. Pocket mirror. Here's where I save. Okay, so this next rock guy, I think I have to verse. Yeah, I think I have to verse this rock guy. Maybe not. I'm not sure, actually. Let's see. Oh, he's gonna see me right now. Yeah. Oh, Flygon, Flygon. This is Dragon Rage you. And now... one... We should be good. There we go. Okay. Oh, I don't know why it's so low with some of the songs. You'll be back later? Oh, okay. And all the openings before Bucket were pretty shit, yeah. One of the endings was really good, though. Parody of Bluebird? Wait, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, parody? Is parody the right word there? Okay, where are we? We are back on the first floor, I think. Yeah, we're back on the first floor. There's a rock guy here that I might be forced to verse. Or maybe not. Maybe I could pass him. I have to verse one of these rock guys. I think the one lower has less lower level Pokemon. So we're gonna go there. There we go. Rock Tomb? Yeah, we'll just cut. Hey, they're level 26. That's Shockwave. Oh, Ice Ball! Oh, that's a bit scary, not gonna lie. Okay. Thankfully, we've got leftovers. So it's not as scary as it could be. Look at this music, bro. Okay. So here... we could get past this next rock guy, apparently. Na, 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 na. Okay. I'm gonna be very careful. I'm gonna save the game. Just to see if I could get this item. Hey, let's go! White flute. Don't really know what that is. Do I have to... oh my god, I didn't have to verse that other guy, maybe. No, I think I did. Never mind. Okay, from here, I run forward. I'm using this without flash. It's so hard. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Whew. We're on the 5th page. I have how many pages? I have 6 pages of notes. We're on the 5th page. We've made it that far. Excuse me. Our guys are pretty high level too. Which may or may not be a good thing. Okay, here we could apparently skip... wait, I don't think we could skip this guy. There's gonna be a green girl. Reverse the rock guy. A green girl, a rock guy. And green girl. Green girl, rock guy. Wait, where are we? Where are we? It's so confusing. Oh. Okay, I see. We'll have to verse the green girl. She's Hulk. If you guys saw what I'm looking at, you guys would be like, There she is. Ooh. Nightshade. That's a powerful move. These guys are getting high. No, our guys are getting high. Don't get poisoned, bro. Please be faster. Oh my god. This is so scary. We actually almost lost him. Our last antidote. We have no potions left. We have no potions left. I know this sounds so dumb, but I think I'm gonna run all the way back just to heal up. We have... because we just versed her. Okay, we just versed her. We have 2 more guys to verse before getting into Lavender Town. They have 3 level 21s and 3 level 20s. So I think I'm gonna go back, heal up, and then come back. Because Jesus Christ, if we didn't have that antidote, Sai would have been dead right now. Oh my god. Alright. We could go for the extra item that's there, but let's just go gut. That thing. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I have to work backwards now, you know what I mean? I have to like look back at the sheet from before. To go all the way to the left, then right here I have to go all the way like that, then I could then I have to pass. Damn, I gotta remember potions if I ever do, if this is not the, if I have to reset again, I have to remember potions, because Jesus, I need potions. Oh my god, this is so scary. Flamingo. Alright. I'm just trying to figure out where I am. Okay, I know where I am. I have to like reverse engineer everything. Hey, Cortez be like, look a Vaporeon. Okay, we verse that guy. Okay, this guy we don't need to verse. Jesus, imagine we verse him by accident. Stop it. Oh, that would have been so bad if we versed that guy by accident. Okay, here we should be good. Don't die. Aw, you're lurking? Sorry. I'm so concentrated on this. I mean, not all you're lurking. Thanks for the lurk. Flamingo. To be honest, this part isn't too interesting. I think, but if I screw up, it's game over. It's literally game over. We have good Pokemon, and yet it's still scary. Oh, Moltres. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Stop. Oh my God. I wish we could buy items. Jesus, over here. Now we have to go through the whole stupid cave again. I'm getting used to the cave, which is pretty cool. Katari. Sound me. Anata Flamingo. Okay, this guy we versed. I'm gonna save again in case I run into a trainer by accident because I'm an idiot. But, you know, technically that shouldn't happen. Alright. Come on. Okay, so that trainer is here. Now I have to run all the way to the right. Now all the way up. Okay, we don't verse him. Good. Now we have to stick to the walls. It's like freaking one of those games where you stick by the wall. I don't know. Okay, here we could actually just run straight into it. Oh, this is so stressful. I hate this cave. I think this is the most annoying cave in the game, though. After this, we should be pretty gooch. Okay, so... Ooh, I almost ran into a trainer by accident that I didn't verse. Okay, here I could literally run all the way down. Yeah. And this guy I already versed. Oh, I possibly could have skipped him as well. Okay. Now I have to be very careful. Okay. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Okay, we're back where we were before. We just versed her and she freaking poisoned us. So we're just gonna skip whatever's next for a second, because there should be an item here. Twisted Spoon. Oh, that's for Psychic. Kind of useless. Let's save game. Alright. Now, I think we're forced to verse the next two players. I think. The rock guy and the green girl. Where's the green girl? Okay, the rock guy we're gonna have to verse. I don't know if I want to switch to 37 or not. I don't want to go all the way back to heal. The only problem, guys, is that if Sai levels up, we're screwed. Well, he has to be level 29. So, for the next gym. So from what I'm looking at, to get to Lavender Town, we have to verse about 2 more people. Then we have to go through Route 8 verse... And then from Lavender Town, we have to verse 1 more Pokemon, and then we get our 3rd Pokemon. 1 more trainer, and then we get our last Pokemon. So a few more trainers. We're so close. Jesus, this is super duper hard. I'm gonna switch to 37. I don't know why I am, but I think the only way to get past him is to verse him. Let's just... Yep. A Blissey, okay. Not bad, not bad. Do we roll out? Risk the rollout? Let's risk the rollout. I don't think it'll have an electric or something. Minimized. Okay, that could be annoying. Okay. Ooh, perfect. Don't level up too much. Perfect. Oh, perfect. That was literally perfect. That couldn't have gone any other way. That was literally the perfect freaking thing. Okay. I'm saving again, for anyone wondering, because I don't think we need to verse this trainer. I think we could go behind them. Oh my god. They turn. Stop. Let me run away. 37 is way too slow. Oh my god, we made it. Okay. Okay, we made it. We made it. We actually passed by the psychic. I didn't even realize the psychic moves. For my understanding, this, you could literally just walk past them. Now, I could be wrong. But I'm not. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god, this is so scary. Let's go. Leaf Stone. Okay, if we actually get an Eevee, that could be cool. The last trainer, ladies and gentlemen. The last freaking trainer. Let's try. Rock Tomb would have been better there. I really like Dragon Rage, though, for some reason. Yes! 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 Oh my god, guys. We did it. If anyone's here. We finally made it out of the stupid cave. Oh my god, we are not versing them. Jesus. There's more trainers there, too. We could have versed them by accident. Whew. Oh my god. Yo, this game is so freaking stressful. Lavender Town, finally. Go right and down. I love this song. From Code Geass, beautiful anime. Alright, so basically here we're gonna be forced to push Route 8. Now, in Route 8, we have to verse the first girl, and then we could... We're finally at Celadon. We're finally gonna make it to Celadon. I think we just have to verse her, and that's it. Scary thing, of course, if our guys level up. But they can level up, which is good. I'm gonna take 37's XP share, because she levels up way too much. I should have... oh no, Shockwave. Here, Shockwave uses Subat. Yes! Yes! They had sucky Pokemon, so our guys barely went up levels. Okay. I saved because I don't remember if that guy... okay, I guess that guy, you don't need to do that. Now, this point... we have to go through the bikers. We can't hit any biker. We can't hit any biker. Okay? So, they're really annoying, actually. I think if we get to the grass, we're okay, though. Where are they? What the heck? There's no bikers? No! Okay, nope. I saved there for a reason. Jesus Christ, I'm such an idiot. I'm actually an idiot. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. No one saw that. Okay, we're gonna get our next Pokemon here. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna save again in case I missed something. Okay, I think there are no trainers here, if you're careful. We made it to Celadon City, let's go! Oh my god. Yes. I'm gonna stop the stream here, and we're gonna go for the third Pokemon and everything else next time. Thanks for watching, guys. It's been a long 5-hour stream. Good night, y'all. I don't think anyone's here right now, but maybe Cortez. Hey, Cortez. Maybe some people, but yeah. Sorry. We've gotten. Yay! Is that a yay? Oh no, you're crying. Yeah. Arigato. Arigato to you, bro. Oh my god. Alright, guys. See you guys next time.